We open as 39. Goes to sleep for the first time in years, really. She doesn't really need to sleep. She's an elf. She doesn't need this thing that the humans and the tieflings and everyone else does. But she feels compelled to sleep today. After the conversation she's had with her friends, after the all of the talking they did, whether good or bad, she just needs a break from everything. She then proceeds to a bedroom that she has in their manor that she has not even been in yet. She's been most of her time in towers and looking around at things, but she enters the room, and the room is full. The walls are decorated with amethyst, paintings of amethyst dragons and amethyst gems. And you can tell there's a little note on the table that says, "Hope you like the room, Didi," as Rispilla has painted the room for you. And it's a normal note from Rispilla, and then at the end it trails off into her writing the same word over and over. Or the same phrase. Beware the embers. Beware the ember. Over and over to the point where it becomes one word. And it trails off. After reading the last trail off, 39 falls straight back and lands on her bed. And she falls asleep. You find yourself in a dreamscape for the first time in a long time in your mental state, not of your own accord. You can vividly see the tree that has been obscured for a while in the distance. But the branches, as they come out, become the chains that have been binding your mind. You see most of the chains have repaired themselves with the help of your friends. But, the white and purple skies around, the white glow and the purple skies turn to a crimson red. The tree's white bark turns black. And in a circle along the roots of said tree, around the base of the trunk, are the runes of the human gods. Runes you've seen Kirina inscribe on her weapons, circling around. And in the middle is a rune depicting a dawn. These runes form a doorway, and it beckons you forward. And through the doorway you can see the red chain that has become the trunk of your tree, glowing. Do you walk through?
Yeah.
So as 39 walks through, she feels a sense of dread and nostalgia. As if rereading a book that frightened her as a child. As you pass through the doorway, you enter into a realm in your mind space with floating platforms everywhere. The sky is black, and everywhere around you, the air itself feels as though it's the breath of some monstrous beast. And then, as you walk further, you ignore everything around you. There are creatures scurrying around, formless gray monsters. They pay you no mind. As you get closer and closer to the red chain, you see a man sitting on an altar, covered in black armor and black helm. He removes his helm and you see the man who killed you. Arcos, the Ember Lord. Not in full physical form. He seems a bit ethereal. You couldn't reach out and touch him, but you can see him as his bright orange eyes that flicker like flames stare directly at you. And he smiles as he runs his finger along his black axe. Just looks up. It's been a while, Banriona.
I've been expecting you.
I wonder how long it would take you to figure out that these chains weren't keeping things in. They were keeping things out. And he runs his finger along the crack in the red chain. I've been in here for a bit of time. And it's been quite a show.
A short one, considering that hasn't been there long.
Oh, a short show, but a quite entertaining one. It's good to see that my efforts have not been wasted. You travel with interesting friends. Not coincidence, as you might have thought. He looks up. And interesting to see your son alive. I must scold Kilaxul for not finishing his job when I return.
She remains stoic.
Take it into my own hands. He rests his axe on his shoulder and just kind of walks around and looks around. He looks at the realm around him and he smiles and he just gets very close behind 39 and gets right behind her. And he towers over her and he just lifts his head down and he's quite nostalgic, isn't it? Where we had our little duel.
Is that what this is?
Where you failed.
I find that questionable.
The mighty paladin of Adon, taken down by the son of Tiamat. What would the...
Cheater.
There's no such thing as a fair fight, girl. You should know that. Especially amongst... And he takes her chain and pulls it towards him and looks into her eyes and goes, especially amongst gods like us. As he looks into your eyes, you feel a sense of respect, but also pity. Releases your chin and says, have you enjoyed your time with your eccentric band?
That's personal. You should know better.
You can tell yourself that all you want. But the fun thing about being in here is I can't just see through your eyes. I can see into your desires, your mental state, and a few of them elicit reactions a bit more than you lead on. But I'm a bit embarrassed for you that you didn't think it strange that this group all came together upon your grave. The granddaughter...
You're assuming I let everything out where you can see.
Did you think it coincidence? The granddaughter of a god and a Valkyrie. A child of the bliss. Who can wield my mother's bane. And the immortal druid. They all came together out of convenience, you thought? Coincidence? The sailor was the odd one out of the equation, but he came with the immortal, and interestingly enough, we found another contender in Utheros's cells. Kiloxul found a very interesting option. Utheros wanted him dead. We thought otherwise. Just know, nothing that has happened has been coincidence. Everything is my design.
Oh, I'm over 4,000 years old. I know better than to believe in coincidence.
In the absence of your lord, Adon, I know you felt it. He's been gone for a while, hasn't he? I was saying, you shouldn't put your trust in those that worship the Drenga gods. They have their own agendas. As do we, as does Adon. All beings of power wish for more. Look at your husband. All I had to do was dangle a little bit of power in front of him, and the kind and gentle king of the elves became a monster. Your friends are no different. And I'm so curious to watch what you do when they turn.
You assume you know people's hearts.
I've been alive much longer than you, girl. I know people's hearts more than you ever could.
And yet you stand before one whom you claim is a god, and yet the last thing I ever wanted was power.
You were a god. You've fallen. Pitiable mortal. Pitiable weakling. But you still have use. So I won't be letting you die anytime soon. However, your son is problematic. And once I am freed, I'll be dealing with him myself, the same way I dealt with you. However, I don't need any tricks for him. He's pathetic. Not even a shell of his parents.
You should consider a forest that burns to the ground, grows back stronger, and envelops further.
Have you been to Atharis lately? Nothing grows on that wasteland. Sometimes the forest stays burned.
And fire is just another part of nature, and you are just another dragon.
Perhaps I was when last we met. But I am entirely different now. It's been only a short time. But in that time, well, why spoil the fun? You'll find out. Let's see if you can stop my vassals is too strong a word. Slaves. See if you can forcefully watch as the Bliss has to kill her sister. Watch as the elf has to kill her pupil. I have such plans for you. It's a pity you chose Kilaxu all those years ago, and not the other. Well, I really...
This is cute, Arcos. And she's going to wave her hand. She, I think, at this point knows what she is. She'd be stupid not to realize. And the little floating parts start to... Are there already flames around?
No, not yet. It's just the empty nothingness of Asgard.
Little fires begin to kind of envelop the floating parts, and from them grow these brambles that curl around them with thorns.
He kind of looks around at it. Impressive, but that's enough for now. I truly do hope that you are as disconnected from your companions as you say. Because that's the thing about friends and family. The longer you're with them, the harder it is to say goodbye. And trust me, I will be giving you a demonstration.
Arcos. Her hand turns into this claw, and she kind of takes a spindly kind of twig-like finger across her cheek. Nice scar.
Well, I've enjoyed our chat, but I have things to do where I am, but I'll be watching. And he looks up, and you see something you've never seen in Asgard before. You see the head, and this head is larger. You can make out probably half of it. You see an eye open in the sky, and this eye is covering the entirety of the sky. A white eye with one black pupil. And the breath you feel as everything. And Arcos just kind of smiles and goes, "Until we meet again, Vidya." And he snaps a finger, and 39 wakes up in her bed.
The bardcore stuff in.
Hi everyone, and welcome back to the next episode of Chronicles of Ravira here on Lakeside Legendz. I am your DM, Cole Wolfrun, and these lovely people are getting to go to a party! And no one's stressed about it at all. Not at all.
Cool as a cucumber.
You know, we just got, Kirina's having to hang out with her mom being there. Nix has to be around people, which...
Awful.
And Felicity has to go to her
Unacceptable.
debut on a date with the king.
As you do.
No stress at all. And Kareku is just gonna do Kareku things. And I don't know what
Gotta be great.
Gray is gonna do, but I don't trust those looks you are giving
What
me,
is
ma'am.
that?
So, a couple announcements before we get started. Our community Discord, Lakeside Village, is up and running. You can join for the memes and all the fun writing content. Specific things that Laura uses to write her books put in the chat. And you can also go to our website, lakesidelegends.com, which has all of our VODs and all of our fun stuff, extra stuff for you to experience. With that, after we're back from the break, we'll continue with the next episode of Chronicles of Ravira. Alright, so welcome back everybody. We are continuing right where we left off with the party getting into their carriage to go to the big fancy party. And it's a little quiet in the carriage at first, just because Rita is sitting there. And in one carriage we have Gray, Kareku, Nyx, Kirina, Daylana, and Rita, just all sitting together on the very short carriage ride to the party. And then in the other carriage behind them is just Felicity and Hector sitting in there. Both Hector's fidgeting a lot with his hands. He's wearing a nice, I didn't get to describe it fully, He's got like a blue vest on with like some silver sequin that looks in the symbol of eagles underneath his coat. He's got a little tuft of black fur on his shoulder as well. And he looks like he's not used to wearing clothes like that, so he's constantly doing this jacket's too small thing and rolling his shoulders back, trying to get it to fit right. Just feels kind of like he's trying to get the discomfort out before y'all get there. Woe is him. The rest of you have about 2 minutes until you get to the party, so any conversations you want to have in the carriage? I don't know how Kareku does. Maybe.
Ray's just
No.
staring out the window.
Honestly, probably same. Getting window seats to avoid.
So, Rita,
Yes.
what brings you to the ball?
Oh, when your daughter is being honored as a hero, a good mother shows up and supports her daughter.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Also just had some things to do, some people to talk to.
That's what I was going for.
Of course you were.
So,
I
get
ha-
share?
Persuasion! Persuasion check!
Sure!
What do you need all my dice?
Wait, what got asked? I don't know what just got said. What?
I'm just asking why she's here.
Oh. So she answered.
My
He
dice weren't at
insinuated there was more.
my dice weren't at my DM table because I was a player yesterday.
Oh wait, this is persuasion, so advantage.
Karina is just staring straight ahead, like as if she can stare through the wall.
34.
34. Okay. Well, that's first net one I've rolled with these dice ever, so.
Of course it would be for my mother. Great.
She's just going
That
to.
tracks.
Well, it's a +4. I forgot she's a cleric. Not a sorcerer or something. Should have made her a paladin.
That would have changed a lot of story points.
Yeah, it would've.
That story.
Plus 15 is really nice sometimes.
Yeah, I know. That's what some of my paladins have on intimidation. She's just gonna go, I need to have a word with Korrigar and the king, of course, and that little fancy Galadin. Not call him that stupid moniker. I was hoping to speak with Lord Wolfrun, but I see he has disappeared.
He's off taking care of old business.
From what I understand, yes. And I would talk to his wife, but the woman is 7 months pregnant, and she probably doesn't want to be bothered by me.
At the mention of Kylan's business, Gray visibly tenses her hands a little bit.
She just like looks over at Kirina, notices like the runes and the beads, and she just like untangles one slightly tangled piece of hair on Karina's head.
Doing the awkward. It's fine, Mom. It's fine.
It's tangled! That's me. Fine. You're an adult. You're an adult.
Karina looks at Nyx like, sorry. I don't know if she just undid something.
She didn't. It was like one loose strand that she was like tucking back. And
Karina has not, like, she has no idea what she looks like. She never looked in a mirror. She
Belle
left
fixed
without.
her up. Belle would lean out of the carriage window like, it's fine.
She just knows.
she just knows Brita
There's
is
a
like.
disturbance in the force.
But Belle did make sure Karina, before they left, she was very certain about
She's
that.
having awkward small talk with Hector and goes, "Hold on, my Karina sense is tingling."
1 second, roll down the window. It's fine. It's perfect, hands off. Roll it back. It's like a car.
Delana
would
is just sitting there going, "Gosh, how much I hate these things."
These are my bread and butter. I'm excited.
That makes sense. She just looks at Gray and she goes, "You keep finding. What's with you and the fancy boys?"
They're usually bards, aren't they?
Kinsey did request that Daylana make a few audible. And now we're gonna have Hector just looking across from Fel, and he's just. So, ready for whatever we're about to experience? Must admit, I've never done anything like this. I went to one ball and I was 6 years old, so I don't really remember.
Belle, she's kind of been sitting there with like her hands in her lap, and she looks kind of dazed at first. It's kind of like she's not quite there. And then when he speaks, she kind of snaps out of it, and I think I'm ready. I went to balls when I was younger too, so this will be a first for both of us.
Right. Got caught up on my dancing lessons. Your sister's quite the stern teacher.
Wait, you took lessons?
Rena made me and Cora go take dancing lessons before we...
I'm sorry about that. That must have been a terrifying experience.
It's always awkward when the barbarian from the north learns how to dance quicker than you do. I think I won't embarrass you, I hope.
I'm a very good dancer. That's one thing that I'm decently sure about, if I'm sure about anything tonight, so we will not let you look a fool.
Well, I appreciate that. It's at this point where the both carriages pull up, and first carriage that is opened is the doors to the main party's carriage is opened as Galadin is standing there in the most elegant golden robe suit you could probably imagine, with silver tassels throughout, and he's got some silver braided into his hair along with his long golden hair, long flowing robe. Think if Thranduil wore nothing but gold. He even has the cloak he can... He's like, well... Alright. You lot need to get inside first and take your seats at the king's table before Hector and Felicity all walked through.
Are they announcing what?
Yes, but once they're doing... All the other dignitaries are already here, so no pressure as you walk through.
Kirina glances at her mother and then kind of just straightens her shoulders and starts to walk forward with her mom, I assume, at her side.
Galadin just goes, Lady Brita, Lady Kirina.
Care will offer his arm to Gray. Shall we?
She's gonna take a breath, steady herself, and we'll take his arm.
Daylana and Nix are the only two left, and Daylana goes,
You've been to one of these before?
yeah, they're alright. They got good booze.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing here, so if you have any indication, it's probably helpful.
I gotcha. It's fine. After about the first 20 minutes, we can go get drunk with Koragar's grandpa. It'll be fine.
Alright. Sounds good.
Daylana guiding Nix out. It's just like, fine. So you guys are walked in. You guys are kind of walked into a hallway, like towards the main hall, with a big set of double doors in front of you. And Galadin is walking through, and he just goes, this is used to be David's job, but I'll be announcing. And we took the liberty of coming up with some interesting names for you. Kareku, I got your message, your letter, so will do. So I will be right back. He walks back and lets you guys, if you guys want to have any kind of chit chat before the Felicity and the Hector are brought out.
So have we entered and sat yet?
No, you guys are like at a door. They're going to announce you as you walk through.
When do we get to hear what everybody's wearing?
We're gonna do that as soon as we have everyone in the hallway. So.
Okay.
Laura's like, please.
She's like, let me talk about my pretty dress.
Well, there's that, but I also really like what everybody else has decided on too.
So Galadin's gonna open the carriage door and goes, Your Majesty, Lady Felicity. And he just kind of smirks at Felicity and she goes, I'm here to escort you two through to be with your friends. And Kareku.
Belle will, I guess, wait for Hector to...
He's gonna offer his hand. Right. He's gonna offer his hand.
Yeah. she'll take it, and she kind of like, as she passes Galadin, will give him one of her very typical nose wrinkles.
He delivers an identical nose wrinkle using a little bit of magic to make it even kind of resemble Felicity's nose when he doesn't.
That makes her smirk a bit. That makes her loosen up a bit, yeah.
Just flares it right back at her. And then he's messaging you. He just goes, don't have too much fun, dear.
Did she message back?
Yeah. You can
Yeah.
respond.
Did she
You can
block
respond to
your
this
response
message.
Did she block
Can
his
you
call?
respond to this message?
Did she block his call? Are you wearing the ring right now?
Yeah, she is.
Okay.
She lets it pass. And just kind of like does a wave with her free hand as she's walking past versus saying anything.
So you guys all walk into this big, magnificent hallway. This is actually the hallway that led into the throne room, so a little bit of a not as pleasant memory for some of you, because this is right before you fought Ulthros. This is where you were standing before you walked through the door. The old throne room has been converted into a ballroom, and Hector didn't want to sit on that throne. So, but it's been repainted from the black and red to a blue and silver, and all of the lion iconography has been replaced with silver eagles.
How similar is it to the old palace before it was destroyed?
The silver is similar, but those colors were red and silver. Hector is kind of, in his father's memory, replacing the iconography with the Selavar crest instead of the old king's crest.
What about the architecture? Is it similar or is
It's
it
pretty much the same.
Okay.
Pretty much identical.
Cool?
And there's still portraits of the old royal family on the wall because they are still Hector's family, so...
Great.
Actually, give me a perception check.
Oh goodness.
I didn't think I was gonna roll tonight. Why does this keep happening?
I put you at a fancy party.
Like,
I
what's
know,
wrong
that's-
with you?
I know. Oh, that was a really good roll. What's my perception? Hold on. 19 plus stuff.
19 plus stuff.
I don't know what my pluses are. Hold on. Give me a second. I thought I had it up, but I didn't. Let's see. It is the perception is a plus 5, so 19 plus 5.
You notice that, like, near the doors, there are two paintings now instead of just one above it. The one on the right is a portrait of baby Hector with his mother and father, and on the left is a portrait of the previous royal family with Daenalis, Timolt, all of them. And now I'm gonna let you all describe your fancy clothes, starting with Gray, since you and Kareku are at the front.
Okay.
Or actually, no, Kirina is up at the front with her mother, so we'll go in order. Kirina.
Karina has no idea, other than it was a red dress.
Red dress with
Hello.
okay, Ruka.
Dove entrusted me with this task.
I
So,
made a comment. Karina never even looked in the mirror. She just assumed somebody would tell her she didn't
And
look good. So
Belle was like, "That's unacceptable." So, so Kirina is wearing a low-cut, semi-fitted red dress, but the fabric is like this silky material that, when it moves, has blue undertones. So you wouldn't notice if it was, if she was standing straight, you wouldn't notice any of the blue. But if she was dancing or twirling or having some motion, there's some blue undertones to that. She's got beads in her hair, the 3 beads, the runes, and her hair is half up, half down, with these like beautiful braids that Fel worked very hard on.
Hey, I
So.
did her braids.
yeah, Nyx did this.
I
Nyx
did
worked
it.
very hard on.
with Felicity's directions?
She was probably making some comment.
I think you were helping with.
She was
You
in
were
Gray's
you
hair.
were
Did
pick-
Gray's hair.
Yeah, she
yeah,
was doing
you did
Gray's
Gray's
hair.
hair.
I'm like, we're gonna split this so we get in time.
So okay. So
Anyway.
Nyx did Karina's braids, and do you have a specific style that you remembered?
I didn't. So you had something I can tell. So
No, I literally I asked Dove like 2 minutes before. Okay, so it's half up, half down, like, whatever intricate braids that Nyx.
yeah, I'd probably say kind of multiple braids ends up like weaving together on the side and making like an intricate knot in the back.
Perfect. And it's just very flattering. Fell made sure it was flattering to Karina's body type and how she tends to hold herself. Thank you, Galadin. There you go.
I would say Brita is probably wearing a similar like red and gold dress with some fur lining around her neck, like kind of like probably a wolf pelt around her neck. And not good at describing dresses, but it's a red and gold flowy dress.
Oh, and sorry, I did forget that one part. Karina does have a grayish like wolf pelt in addition to the dress. I think that was what we agreed on. It's
like a stole that can be removed.
Yeah, it's an accessory piece that would go across. Yeah.
All right.
You forgot something.
Next, Gray and Kareku.
Okay. Do you want to go first? Do you want me to go first?
I mean, we technically kind of did mine last episode, but I can just do a quick reminder because
Speed run.
Speed run. Low cut, high collar tunic. That's partially open, wide sash belt. That drops low in the front and back. And fitted pants, tucked into half high boots. Ankle long cloak that matches the color that I will let Lore describe. A little bit more to Gray's colors. And on the back, there is an inlaid image of a swan with its wings outstretched to embrace a lotus flower. And now only one wrist cuff. But yeah, that's the speed run. Go watch last episode if you want more detail.
So Gray is staring at the painting of the previous royal family, but what she's wearing is this a fitted dress that hugs the top and that on the hips, and just where the hips hug, it flows out into this crazy, like, there is just way too much fabric. You would think that she'd be tripping on it or other people would be tripping on it, but there are on either side these rings that are attached to her middle fingers, and the way she moves, it's almost like this constant swirl of water. And she's always able to somehow manage to keep it from getting under her or other people's feet. It's got a straight collar where it's almost off the shoulder, but not quite. And it's long sleeve. And it has, because it's chef, and I was told it was chef fancy, it is decked out in this lace over the top of a lavenderish color. And the lace is this two-toned where it's kind of this in-between gold and silver. And there are like amethyst crystals just scattered everywhere and sparkles on the fabric. It is a glitter ball. And you would think it would be overpowering, but it fits her just right. And as the light kind of rides on the folds of this fabric, it goes from this kind of lavender to a like in the 90s where you had like the holographic mother of pearl kind of flashy stuff. I had a pair of shoes like that. When the light hits just right on the folds of this fabric, it will give that appearance of the opal color. And but then it's like almost immediately gone as she shifts, and it's just this constant shifting between this gold, silver, and opal color with just a lot of lace, water falling down in parts, and super flowy and pretty. And her hair, I imagine, is up because I feel like that's what happened. And just kind of a pair of big amethyst earrings that kind of dangle that fit. I don't know, did you have anything
It was based off of the drawing that you had sent us, where it's like semi-crown braid-esque, I believe. Yeah. So.
All right. Nyx!
Alright, I was trying to pull it up. Remember what I...
You're like, what did I do? What did I do?
I have a general idea. I wanted to actually have like a reference for it. But Gold Glitter ended up making Nyx kind of a suit, button down, dark blue, with the... I can't do words after today. I'm running on 4 hours of sleep. But the middle part where the buttons are is a lighter blue. The rest is navy with gold buttons running down it. Also a thicker capelet about like suit material, kind of going across, that has these intricate golden swirls on it, even like a darker navy than the top that they're wearing. And coming from the capelet is a full, actual full-length velvet, almost like a translucent velvet cape with kind of glittering stars and constellations, mostly congregating on the bottom of the cloak itself, and then some basic darker pants.
Okay. Daylana is wearing, and Kinsey, so this is a green dress with, it's long, flowy, it's like not strapless, but the straps are like falling down onto the shoulders, with gold vines going throughout the entire dress that appear to be moving magically along with the dress itself, whenever it moves. And she is wearing a little over her dress, because Daylana never doesn't wear a little bit of armor. She's wearing a silver armored corset, just in case, because she's been to a few balls that have gone wrong, and she's prepared. But that's about it for Dylan. And her hair is just down, but it is more wavy than normally. Normally it's like straight, but it's actually like waving, and seems to be kind of moving on its own. Delano is one for theatrics, so she is going a little nuts with it. And then finally, Felicity and Felicity and Hector walk up behind the rest of the group. Felicity, describe your outfit.
Hey, so Fel is wearing a rich blue jeweled type of dress. There's no like pattern on the dress itself. It's meant to cling to every curve of her body in order to kind of pay a tribute to Venora. It's very Aphrodite, Venus esque. It's kind of like Delana's in the sense where it's not strapless, but it's kind of a droop type of sleeve. Underneath, I think the most noticeable thing is she's got the silver that was discussed last episode. This glittery silver metallic paint, kind of like what I'm wearing right now, but in silver. Up her body, starting at her ankles, goes up her body, up her arms, and stops just at the base of her jaw, with some by her eyes, like that. Her hair is down in waves, but has like a crown braid by her horns, and her lips are a very specific pomegranate red.
Okay. And the one thing I didn't mention about Hector's outfit is he is wearing his father's bracers, you can tell, under the suit, as kind of a memorial to his dad, because, well, we'll get into that later. That'll be a conversation. But anyway, Galadin Sensford goes, "All right, darlings, are you ready to wow the crowd?"
Do this.
Literally my job.
The doors open with guards, and he walks up with a parchment, and you see there are probably about 300 people in this ballroom, all of whom wearing all but about 10 of them wearing very fancy like dress and attire. Then there's the group of Kolsars sitting in the corner with their mead and their ale. Korgar's already nudging all of them, and like literally walks up and grabs mead out of one of their hands, sits it down, and and it's this point Galadin pulls out, and music change, a very specific music change. Ruka, you're either gonna love me or hate me.
I'm withholding my okay until I know.
Well, it's a good choice. Based on her reaction, I maybe disagree, but
No, it's good and bad.
You're welcome. So,
This is
first...
Why, son of a...
It's probably copyright, so you guys probably won't hear.
yeah, but...
sorry guys.
It's mostly for us. We can just keep playing the same Nier music we were playing. He's going to thought and goes, well, lords and ladies, time to get the show on the road, as it were. First, introducing our heroes who helped Fel Uthrosen reclaim the land for the people. First, being escorted by her mother, Lady Brita Tina's daughter, High Cleric of Freya and Chieftain of the Followers of the Northern Gods. Her daughter, Kirina Brita's daughter, Freya's Aegis. As you guys walk down, what's Karina's reaction to hearing that?
She's already taken the step, like anticipating, and then hears that and starts to pause, and I would assume
Brita lightly pulls her forward a little bit, like,
yeah,
it's fine, dear, come on.
yeah, yep, that's it, and then composure back in place of okay.
The people lining up, I will say for the rest of you as you walk down, the people lining the sides are the most notable dignitaries, specifically Kirina people you would recognize. There's a group of 3 people, you don't recognize these 3, but they're wearing pretty much gold and silver attire. They have scales aligning along their faces. But then on the other side there is a tiefling you recognize with purple skin and gray horns. You notice the Emperor of Kamora is in attendance, and he is sitting basically towards the front. An empty seat for the Archon of the Zillion Dynasty, as he did not show, which is pretty clear. And a few other nobles that you might have known by reputation, but don't really recognize any faces yet. As you 2 walk up, Galadin then pulls out, and he checks back to see who's next. He goes, first, and next up, is the Pale Blade, Lady Grey. Accompanying Lady Grey is Lord Ilio Wazir, the Violet Fox.
All right, pulling that back.
Was that...
So that name doesn't exist right now.
Oh, okay.
And was denying the lordship.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So he's still just Kareku Windmere.
Okay, sorry, I misunderstood which one. Okay, so...
You're good.
And being escorted by Kareku Windmere, the Violet Fox. He waits for you guys to pass. Kareku, you notice a lot more people than Kirina did.
Got my notes up.
You instantly notice a woman who looks almost identical to Felicity standing near the front with a young man who could be her doppelganger. Can kind of piece together who that is.
Mm-hmm.
As well as Serena and Nelson Gladefax, who are both... Nelson is staring daggers at you, and Serena is smiling lightly, and she has her arm around the arm of Emperor Silas, or Silent, of Kamora.
Does Gray recognize any of these people?
You definitely
Any of
recognize the
them?
resemblance of the Gold Scale children.
Okay.
You
Also
definitely...
recognize Nelson.
Yeah, you would
Yes.
recognize Nelson.
Yes,
'cause
you
would.
would.
You would all recognize Nelson, except Kirina, because you saw him. But you also definitely recognize the oldest Gold Scale son resembles his father quite a bit. So you would recognize that, and his grandfather to an extent, who you knew personally. But Garen's not here, which...
Okay.
And neither is his son Erelus. It seems he sent his children instead.
She very obviously notices them, but she seems a little off-put by walking into this ball-like atmosphere in a very familiar-looking place.
I will say also the way it is set up is there are many tables around, and there is like a platform up to the top where the king's table is sitting with 2 seats, that one looking like a large throne and one looking like a slightly smaller one. And then the tables around are fancy tables with a large portrait behind of the likenesses of your characters behind as they were seen after the battle. So, obviously without all of the damage and battle damage, but like looking more heroic. And, yeah. It's not a huge, like, massive portrait, but it's one just behind the king's table. And so that's there. And then
That oddly doesn't phase Gray at all.
there are portraits of all the previous monarchs along the walls, except you can see one there is a portrait of Gideon that appears was placed over where Ulthros's was. And then, finally, everyone kind of gets quiet and turns and looks as it is presenting His Majesty. Oh wait, no, we got to get to Nyx. Sorry, I'm sorry. It's a long day for me too.
I'm like, Nyx and Delana can just leave and not be announced. That's fine too.
And Delana just kind of she goes, just make an appearance, then we'll leave. And she,
Right.
okay, let's pull this up. Alright. And, of course, escort the final member of their group, aside from one, is Lord Nyx Faenir, the ethereal star, being guided by Lady Delana Silverwish of the Silver Fist Mercenary Companies, vanquisher of Tiamat, and the Arrow of Truth, which is actually what she was called. And Delana rolls her eyes hard at hearing that. And she walks, and you see one of the younger gold scales, the girl, she just breaks, and she's about to look like she's yell, and her brother just claps his hand over her mouth, and you hear, Auntie Delana! Like, really loud, and then she's just like, Delana's like, and just kind of hurries Nyx along. And then finally, now Galadin turns and everyone kind of gets quiet, and he pulls up, goes, His Majesty, Lord Hector Salivar, King of Aradel, first of his name. Accompanying His Majesty, is Lady Felicity Bliss, the Diamond Sun. As one of the many daughters of and possible heiress of the Bliss family dynasty. And you guys are guided and everyone starts clapping. You notice Fel particularly, there's a lot of interest being given.
She's turned it on. She is smiling, head high, looking like she's not floating, but very happy to be there, very proud, very posh, very present.
Rena's smiling as she looks at you, and you see Ada sitting there, up there, with her belly. She's actually sitting. She's like, I'm not standing. And you notice the Emperor of Komora is giving a little bit extra attention, and he's just kind of smiling at you.
She like bows her head very serenely and keeps going.
You guys are all brought around the king's table as you are still standing, and then when Hector and Felicity sit, everyone sits. And then Galadin just walks up and he goes, His Majesty would like to welcome you all and hopes you enjoy the festivities. First, dinner, then dancing. And he claps, and Linus walks out with a little tray of food, and he lifts it in the air, and it magically produces like 300-fold and places on people's tables. Linus bows awkwardly, runs off, and Galadin's just like, should have told the boy better, sorry. That's what happens when your best person quits. Just turns around and looks at you guys and goes, well, no one died of embarrassment yet, so you're doing great.
Keyword is yet.
Right, any special requests for dinner for you lot? And fish for Felicity. And he just kind of brings out stuff that would be like anything that you guys would actually really want. That he kind of like knows you guys a little bit by now. Well, some of you. Kirina, he just kind of went off what Brita told him. So brings out a meal that she used to eat all the time with her sister when she was young. Whatever that meal may be. Kirina? I don't know. It's up to you.
Kirina wouldn't be picky, especially in this kind of setting. So
big old steak. It's popped in front of Kirina. Steak and veggies.
All that protein.
Considering the dress she's wearing.
It's not a raw steak.
Right.
No, it's
Yeah. Yeah, blood on a red dress, it's fine.
was not thinking of the blood, but okay, buddy.
And
bloat.
Hector's just
It's
kind of...
the worst.
Listen, Karina's ripped enough, it's probably not going to matter much.
Very true.
She's 20 years old and probably has, like, sub 10% body fat. She's probably fine.
Probably something like that.
So Hector's just sitting there and he's looking at her and goes, well, thank you everyone for graciously accepting. Apologies if this is not what you were expecting. Lady Delana, I can sense a little bit of tension. She goes, it's fine, I'll just leave soon. She's like, wine! And she hands up as the wine comes and Galadin pours the wine. Oh, yes.
So let me know if anybody needs an exit tonight. Care genuinely like looks like he's got more energy than anybody's seen him for a while, and his eyes are just flying everywhere, just taking in every detail of the space. He does linger a bit longer on the Gladefax family, especially with the Emperor nearby, but doesn't stay too long, at least not through dinner.
Okay. As we get through the dinner portion, it's at this point that Galadin clears the tables, and people start to line up and walk up. First person to walk up is the Goldscale siblings. The first one walking up with his mother, Valorous, she's a Yuan Ti with alabaster scales along her neck, and violet eyes, jet black hair streaming down. And her son, I believe I had the first one, Cedric, walks up first. He's in his humanoid-looking form, so he just has scales along his face and neck. His wings are tucked neatly back behind him. His tail, he has in a position where it's not going to hit people, but he still looks mostly human in the face. He's got golden hair with bright, bright, bright blue eyes, and he just goes, so, these are the heroes, then, who we can thank for our alliance renewed with Abigail. Lady Delana, and she goes, where's your dad? Busy with the rebellion. The Githyanki are at it again, so he sent me in his stead. And she just pulls her pocket jerky out and starts eating it.
Every adventurer has one. Even at a ball.
at seeing Delana do that, Gray does smile a little bit, but she's not touched anything.
And he just looks around at everyone, and his eye, actually, let's give me a perception. His eyes stop for a minute on Kareku. You seem familiar to me.
I seem familiar to a lot of people. I play a lot of courts.
Oh, a bard, are you? I'll have to hear you play.
By all means.
And he kind of starts something, he looks up and he, bows, and he goes, Your Majesty, congratulations on your coronation, and Lady Felicity, it's a pleasure to meet you. Your mother and my father know each other very well. It's a pleasure to meet one of her daughters after so many years of hearing about them.
Pleasure to meet you.
Perhaps if they send a dignitary to tell him, they would be gracious enough to send the beautiful Miss Felicity. And he bows his head and just turns around, and his mother just kind of smirks, and she just kind of bows her head, walks back with her son. The next two that walk up is the middle son and youngest, the youngest son and youngest daughter. The youngest daughter breaks off, and she just walks up and she just gives Delana a big hug. She's like, hi! And she's like, get off, get off, get off, get off, get off. And the brother Rexus just looks at her and he's like, oh, whatever. Congratulations on freeing people, all that. Can I go now?
You are dismissed.
It's my kind of lad.
Right. Sela, and she's like, no, I'm dancing with somebody. Fine.
If you need a dance partner, Lady Sarah, by all means.
She's like, yes, you're handsome. Perfect. And then she just walks off, and the oldest brother is visibly agitated by everything he just witnessed, and he's just... You actually see a little bit of fire come out of his nostrils because he's just... He grabs his brother by the arm and pulls him in real close, and you can't hear what's being said, but it's clearly something not pleasant. He shoves his brother into a chair.
Chair can read lips.
He basically says, if I don't see you dance with one woman in this court tonight, I'm going to personally tear the scales from your face. Sits him down.
God, heteronormative over there. Jeez.
I was thinking it.
I'll need to give Rexus a dance tonight. Carol will just lean over to Gray.
That can be arranged.
At this point, the Emperor's kind of like, he's just kind of watching and waiting for other people to come up. So next up comes a very, very, very large Kolsar, who's about a foot taller than Korrigar. Long gray beard down to about his waist. No hair. And he's got braids all in his beard. He's got rune tattoos all over his face that match the runes that Kirina usually. He's like, "What? Well, so, you, little pink one, you're my grandson's sister.
Hello.
You're shorter than I thought you'd be. I mean, the lad's a pipsqueak, but I didn't expect." "Oh, right. Congratulations on killing a lion."
Thank you.
"Listen, congratulations, Your Majesty, blah, blah, blah. Can I go? I'm gonna go drink with my lads.
Are there the runes on his face? Are they repetitive? Is there a pattern?
There
to them
are
that
a
Kareem-
lot of runes to Thor and Tyr on his face. He's got one huge tattoo on his forehead that is the rune of Odin.
Noted.
Okay.
And he just goes, "I'll do this. With respect, congratulations, all of you. I hope you enjoy the night. Looking forward to seeing you at the tavern later where the real party will be had." And he just kind of turns and he goes, and he just kind of smiles and goes, "Thankfully you don't look much like your father, Felicity, so I don't have to be grumpy at you." And then he turns around and walks away.
Noted. Her smile's starting to twitch a little.
Things are certainly different than I remember.
Rena is like doing one of these from the side, and Korrigar's just kind of he's kind of looking down at his shoes, embarrassed. And next is Emperor Silent Kimura walks up with his date, Lady Serena Gladefax. Looks up and he says, "Quite the prestigious group of..." sorry, head accent. "Well, this is quite the prestigious group of people I see before me. Miss Gray, has anyone told you you very, very much resemble the legendary hero, Engel Banriona?"
Not as of yet.
It's the facial features, not so much the hair, but it's a good resemblance." He looks at Kareku and he just kind of smiles. "Kareku, was it?
Aye.
A pleasure. I suppose we'll be speaking more later."
Preferably, yes.
I went into Scottish for a second, got a Tony back.
If you don't mind, I would also like to ask your lady for a dance.
Serena just looks and she just kind of tilts her head up, and description-wise, she has light brown hair. She's got it up in a tasteful updo with lots of gems within it. She's wearing a silver gown with some purple flowing through it, and she just kind of smiles and she says, "Of course, anything for the heroes of the realm." And she just kind of smiles at him and looks around, and the Emperor just kind of slowly surveys all of you. Kirina Brita and Kirina Brita's daughter. I've heard much about you as well. Friend of mine, a mutual friend of ours, tells me much of your talents.
Friend? Sorry.
Pay me no mind. It's a discussion for another day.
She glances just slightly at her mother and then...
She just kind of gives you a... He goes, "And Lady Felicity, the image of your mother." And he just kind of gets a big smile, and then And Your Majesty Hector, I suppose our peace talks will begin on the morrow. Yes, it would be a shame for the hostilities to continue with Uthros no longer ruling. It would indeed. I have my terms, of course, but we will discuss that in the morning. Enjoy your time while you can, King Hector. He bows and Serena curtsies and she walks back. Nelson looks like he's going to walk up for a second and then just turns around and walks away. A few more dignitaries walk up, but they're lesser nobles and they're just offering... there is also a table being piled with gifts for the heroes. And...
Say less.
As far as major dignitaries, that's the most of what we have here tonight. There's a few lesser dignitaries. Kareku, there's people you recognize from, like, minor circles, but no one really of note so far.
Good.
And then there's, of course, Galadin and his little entourage, and he is currently dancing with Astrid on the dance with the little Astrid on the dance floor, and he's teaching her how to be spun correctly. You guys can notice.
Well, tradition would state that the escort would offer the first dance. Kerr will put out his hand to Gray.
Very well.
Mm.
Then your
Very well.
obligations will be finished for the night.
Obligations are an interesting word to use. I do this by choice.
As an escort.
Hmm.
I imagine you have more to do this evening.
I do have much to do this evening. However, you seem rather uncomfortable in this environment.
It used to be the opposite, but things are different.
Memories contained a lot of experiences.
The memories are good, but it's been a very long time, and I do not know this world anymore.
Well, dancing hasn't changed much, so how about we remind those feet how to do that?
Lead on.
After hearing that, Hector stands up and he just kind of straightens himself and he just kind of like was, Felicity, if you would like.
I would love to.
And then Brita stands up and she goes, Kirina.
And takes her hand.
Daylon eating her pocket jerky and she just looks at Nixie and goes, why not?
Do you know how?
Uh-huh.
'Cause I don't. Okay. Because I don't. Not this kind of thing.
I can be fancy when I can be fancy when I wanna.
Should hope so, great tar.
I'm just
Plus,
saying,
if
I
I
don't know how
s-
to lead,
and-
so.
I was about to say, she's like, and if I do screw up, that one will probably yell at me. So,
Fair.
so Dylan's
Sure.
like, alright, I'll lead. Luana leads her out. And as you all wait along the edge, the Galadin just goes, the King's first dance, everyone, and the debut of Lady Felicity Bliss. As Hector leads fell out, and he's looking a little nervous, and he just pulls her in, puts his hand on her side, and he's just, shall we?
Yes, we shall.
Roll for dancing.
Performance checks!
Oh no.
Okay, he rolled really good, so even if you roll bad, that's gonna be...
Yeah, it
gonna
didn't
be
roll
great.
great.
Whoa!
Oh.
It's all gonna be great.
Wait, I need Daylon.
Can, look,
Don't burn an inspiration.
can Kara tell that she's
Oh,
she's
right,
like-
by the way,
Kirby.
because of having Kareku has disclosed that he would like to give everyone advantage on dancing checks.
If it'll be better, but we can try.
give it a shot.
Just for now.
No.
As long as
It's
Kareku's
11.
in the
A
room.
little better, but not much.
Better? It's about 10.
Yeah, it's about 10.
Okay. Let me...
It's an average roll, I assume. You've got a partner.
What was yours, Fel? Sorry, I was...
11.
11. Okay, well Hector got a 23, so that helps.
Bless you, Hector.
Because his plus performance is +4. Weirdly enough, and he got.
You touch a couple bruises on his shoulders where Rena's just smacking him.
Oh no, baby!
He's dancing very well, and you see Rena like watching from the side, and she's like.
As they're dancing, because it's a solo dance, can Care see where Gold Glitter's at?
Yeah, he's sitting a little bit on the side. He's kind of talking with the little Astrid for a moment.
Care wants to catch his eye real quick. And he's gonna just do a very familiar motion of what would be the very obvious somatic component for like prestidigitation, and he wants to just kind of make the air sparkle a little bit around both Hector and Felicity.
Galadin will also add his own to that to make it a little extra fancy. So he'll help. Galadin will help Kareku, but Kareku will take the lead on what it looks like.
Right. So basically the air just kind of shimmers. It's more like kind of like just that star shimmer that can happen. Just it looks like glitter's almost cascading off of them, but more like a smoky texture, and it would float out to the floor, just kind of hugging the floor like a cold fog, just to kind of give them that little bit of extra spotlight.
Okay.
Yeah.
They dance for a few minutes, and Hector just is like, right, I'm not stirring this up too horribly, am I?
No, and she just kind of like, she's looking around it. You could tell like she was nervous at first, very nervous, with so many eyes, and she's not danced like this in front of a big crowd since she was younger. And so she was kind of nervous at first, but then as the glitter kind of fills the air and the floor, she kind of loses herself to the fantasy of the moment and just takes a deep breath and smiles up at him and leans into like the motion of their dancing more, adding more graceful spins to it, whatever she can think of.
He definitely adds some spins and some flourishes into it.
Mm-hmm. Just having fun.
Yeah,
she's just trying to
it starts off like a slow waltz, and then it kind of becomes more of a elegant but still fun dance. And then
she's kind of pulling him into it too. So she's like, I feel like she's trying to get him to loosen up and just focus on her, and vice versa. So
he has a big smile on his face, and after a few minutes, he ends it, and he's trying to be. I'm gonna have a performance check for him to do this. Ooh, that's better. That's better than it was too. And he spins Felicity around, and then he dips her down to end the dance, and it perfectly like lands because that was a nat 20.
Amazing.
He just kind of smiles at her and goes, so, how am I holding up so far in your estimations?
Very well. She's got like the smile, a bit surprised that this was pulled off so well, but she looks elated now that it's over in both a happy way and just we did it, like type of way.
He picks her up and takes her hand, and he just kind of walks her back up to their chairs for a minute as everyone else starts to dance. Now, everyone else give me performance checks.
Nyx is gonna cast Enhance Ability on themselves.
Cheater.
You said performance?
Yeah.
Okay.
See how Daylana does. Oh,
Eagle Splendor advantage.
Okay, not bad for Daylana. That's 16.
Oh, I'm glad I have advantage because it has a nat 1.
Oh, right.
I got you.
Advantage. Daylana has advantage. Okay, that's 16 at most.
Oh, nice. 17. 18.
18?
Mm-hmm.
Daylana and Nyx dance pretty well, but they're clearly not doing like a standard like full waltz. Like they kind of like add a little bit of a jig to it as they're going, just having fun. Daylana's like, see, you're better at this than you thought.
I cheated a bit, so.
It's fine. Little cheating never hurt anybody when it comes to dancing.
It's not a competition, so yeah.
She kind of looks over at the rest of the group. She's like, I think they would view it as fun.
Maybe. I just don't want to fall on my face and bring more attention to myself, so.
Don't worry, I'll catch you.
So
No.
So
One
now,
second. I'm sorry.
So now we got.
And I give okay,
Greg
wait, a heart
got
attack.
natural 20 for a 29. So
Okay.
you can tell that maybe, obviously, she's probably danced before, but there is a technical precision and perfection that insinuates that this is something she's put a lot of focus in, and the artistry on top of that takes any sense of mechanics out of it. And so the love of dancing is very thoroughly communicated in her lines, and how she starts to relax and loses herself into the activity, and it's very obvious that she's not only very good at it, but she has a true love for dancing.
And just shy of a natural 20 for a 26. Care would, being very well trained as a dance partner, seeing that she falls so easily into it, he would almost let her lead in a way, simply being there as a support, allowing those spins to become even more graceful. And Care's not strong by any means, but his technique is really well honed, so that way if there are any lifts, things that way, he's actually very capable of making them graceful and smooth and beautiful. And even being aware as he is, helps her with certain turns to ensure that the dress itself continues to act and flow more like water, as he's noticed that's the pattern that she's going for. But very, very happily supporting the art and beauty of the dance that is letting Gray release right now.
Okay, before we get to Kirina and Brita,
I love that they're dancing together. It's so cute.
Galadin's gonna walk up to Fel and Hector and goes, "Now the two of you, now would be the time to get some air on the balcony if you want, while everyone's distracted. But Felicity, when you get back, we are dancing. If you would."
I thought your card would be full.
I may save space for you, my dear. Of course I would.
Flattering. And she'll...
Everybody with their freaking books.
It's even pink.
Pink
I love
too,
that.
It's my DM book, actually.
I love it.
So Hector just goes,
Perfect.
right, and he picks up some wine and fills a glass for Felicity, and he's like, bit of air before we come back?
Of course, if that's what we need.
Kind of walks out, but now for Kirina and Brita. Kirina, performance check.
It was with advantage or no?
Yeah.
And 21.
Hey.
Okay, Brita got a 17, so you're actually out dancing your mom. We'll say she's not used to dancing with someone as large as you. It's tall, so she's trying to dance with you like she used to when you were a teenager. And
Yeah.
like your dad was big, but he wasn't that big. But like, and she's like just used to not this from Kirina, and she's actually comes back. She's like, just taking some adjusting, dear, but you really have grown into yourself, and this is fun. It's also weird that it's also a bit strange for you to be leading and not me.
It's hard not to when you're bigger, I think.
No, I'm very much enjoying it. It's a bit of a change for me. Usually dancing with Kendra, I'm leading.
That's fair. She's generally always been light-footed on the dance floor, so.
I did have a word with her before tonight, and she said if you don't dance with at least one pretty man, she's going to be upset.
I'll give it a try if I can.
She just kind of smiles, and she seems sense, and she's like, and she just kind of looks, she goes, I know I threw a lot at you today, but for now, I just want to enjoy this time, mother-daughter. But I'll let you have your time with your friends as well. She's, I love you, Kirina.
I love you too. I'm sorry.
For what?
I'm sorry I didn't react better earlier.
Darling, I
Last night.
basically told you you inherited godly power from your grandfather. I didn't expect you to react with anything but shock.
That's fair.
I just realized I did not intend that pun.
Yeah.
React with
Right.
shock.
Yeah. Just gotta.
I saw Storm try to figure out what the pun was for a second. She's like, wait a minute.
You know why they call me Shucky?
Yeah, it's just-
Yeah, just finished the dance with her mom. It's very mother-daughter. It's nothing like what the others are doing. There's more conversation than actual dancing happening. It's just they're to the rhythm. So.
Oh, all right. So the dancing is finished. So now we're going to pan back to Fel and Hector. On the balcony, he's just gonna. Well, I didn't have a heart attack and leave the world in a state of another empty throne, so that's a good start. As he sips a little bit on his wine.
I think you're doing great. It's going to be fantastic, as it already has been.
Since Boston goes, well, I had a wonderful dance partner, so that helped.
I think you danced better than I did, but I am a bit nervous. I think it'll shake off. It's been a bit...
We'll have to get another dance in. More relaxed.
Yes, but you do have a rematch dance first to get to.
Oh, trust me, I'm aware. I'm going to kick her ass on the dance floor.
Really? Like she did in the training ground, to you?
Yes, I have to beat her at something, damn it.
Will also be quite interesting.
Yes, and from what I can see, you're probably going to have a number of people try to dance with you.
I don't have of any use. That's what this is for.
I'd be careful with Silent. He's got a bit of a reputation.
How so?
Flirting with you right in front of his date, for one, and also tending to be a bit... Well, let's just say there's rumors that half the orphans in Brimstone are his doing, is the rumor.
Sounds
So,
interesting.
just be careful.
Thank you. I
I've
will.
heard nothing but good things about Goldscale, and the man was a bit brash, but if you ever need anything, just come back and sit by me.
I appreciate it.
Although I'm pretty sure you could probably just nudge Kirina and she would clear a way for you out.
She is a good friend. You'd be lucky to have her as one.
I consider her one. She kind of kicked my ass into gear when I needed it. Stopped me from forsaking my oath of devotion with Venora. I almost took an oath of vengeance.
Well, that's an interesting fact. But can I give not a piece of advice, but something for your kingship? There are going to be nice people that surround you, and then there's going to be kind people. You want a kind person, not a nice person. And Karina's one of the kind ones.
And you? Where do you fall in that category?
I am also kind.
I figured as much. Yeah, there's an analogy Galadin used for you that I don't quite agree with.
What analogy did Galadin use?
He referred to you as a work of art, and I disagree in one regard. A work of art is beautiful, but it represents one fixed point in time. It's unchanging, unmoving. It stays the same way its entire existence. And I don't think of that when I look at you. I think of someone who, from everything I've heard about you and seen, you change, you grow, well, let's just say, I don't think you stay stagnant, and that's a good thing. More people in this world could do with changing a little.
Well, I guess we're both growing in that department. Though I am a little bit concerned that you and Galadin have conversations about me.
He
Oh,
talks
it's
about
like-
you. He talks about you more than I thought he would.
I don't feel like I want to know that.
It's
But-
if it makes you feel better. Some of it is poking fun, but about 90% of it is very flattering, at least what he would consider flattering.
I'll hold it over his head later.
It's an odd feeling, knowing that I am going to be responsible in one way or another for every single person in that room. Whether they're foreign or domestic. They're either an ally or a threat, and... Gods, do I wish Kylan was here to help me suss out who is who.
Well, I'm sure there's someone who can help you. But maybe for tonight, don't worry about it. It is the debut, and there'll be plenty of time to worry about all the names later.
Yes, I could do without Komoro going up to my table anymore tonight, so perhaps I'll have Zid run interference.
Yes, no, we're just going to focus on dancing, on celebrating with the friends that are here, and if the enemies want to watch, they can.
You're right. I'm sitting at a ball, celebrating my coronation, with a beautiful girl, and we're sitting drinking wine and talking, and I, for the first time in weeks, do not feel stressed.
I think it's very strong wine, Your Majesty.
Could be. But
I
I'm much...
encourage you to get dancing while the wine is still working.
Yes, I suppose we both should.
Mm-hmm.
Right? He holds out his arm, shall we?
We shall.
He
Give his arm a little pat.
walks out and he sees, I'm assuming Kirina and Brito went back to the table, and Nyx and Daylana too. I'm assuming Kareku is not at the table anymore.
After his and Gray's dance, he would start leading her back to the table. Well, you certainly remembered.
Wow. Girlsheth did spend much time helping me to remember.
If you would like to dance more, just grab me.
You've escorted me, and you've danced with me. Go do what you want to do.
Want and need are two different things in this case.
Sometimes they are not exclusive.
Sometimes people cannot understand when you tell them.
She just looks a little confused.
I should return for at least one dance this evening.
Very well.
A little game for you if you do get bored. Try and figure out where I am.
If I had my bow, that would not be hard.
Ooh. You know how easily
Dave.
I get hurt, though.
Yes.
Are y'all back at the table at this point?
Probably would be.
Daylana just goes, I can go get mine.
My dear, you've seen me with my chest open at this point. You know how fragile I can be. Your bow would probably pin me to this ground.
I just shoot you in the butt like I did Zid. It's fine. There's a lot of cushion there.
You needn't worry, Kareku. We wouldn't use a bow. Or an arrow.
Not going to expound on that.
No.
Daylana just leans back and looks at the wine and goes, puts it down and grabs a bottle of mead and just literally just goes,
the gift
She
that keeps on giving.
She probably is somewhat aware of the things that Gray has used to get to people.
yeah, and
without
Daylana's just like,
Nyx just holds up the glass to Daylana.
Daylana pours the mead into the glass for Nyx. So Spell, as you and Hector come back, immediately Galadin walks up and just says, Fel.
Oh, Glitter?
He kisses your hand and goes, let's go, and walks down. And Hector walks up and he just kind of stands and goes, Kirina, about that rematch.
I don't think this is the same exact skills, and Generally,
Yes,
I try
which
not
is-
to make a competition of a formal event.
He just kind of smiles and goes, humor me. Let's just go have some fun.
Fair enough.
You can kick my ass later if you want to spar.
I'm gonna ask. Yeah, I'm gonna message you because there's a question I have. But cool, go
Okay,
ahead,
okay.
keep going.
So he kind of walks out, and Fel and Gold Glitter start dancing, and Nyx Daylon is just continuing, and she even is like, "You want some pocket jerky?"
Sure, why not?
Hands it to you. It's dragon jerky. It's real good. Don't tell the gold scales.
I'm probably not going to talk to them, so nope, no problem.
You'd think that, but
Get out of here! Is it time to... Do we have to stay here longer? Will they
Just-
notice if we leave yet?
I will probably have to talk to her, and she points at the gold scale matriarch. That's Val. She and I journeyed together for a while. We were friends. And then she married one of my best friend's sons. And
Alright.
she's been alive for way longer than she should.
Hmm.
But if I don't talk to her, she's going to get very mad at me. And probably poison me.
Oh. God.
She's done it a few times.
What?
She always cures me after, but it's more of a, like, makes me sick poison.
Still not great.
So, yeah, just... Let's give it like 10 minutes, and if she doesn't walk up and talk to me, we can go hang out with the big boys. As you see the Kolsar are, like, smashing their hands on the table and chanting as they're drinking.
Oh god.
And Koragar's looking longingly at that as he is, like... And then he just shakes his head and asks Rena to dance to distract himself.
I did
And-
promise Kirina that I didn't leave her here, so we can't leave without her.
That's fair. Astrid's sitting there, like, mock dancing with herself as she's watching Fel dance with Gold Glitter. And Galadin, we're gonna do Galadin's dance with Fel first, and his dancing goes, "So that was quite the dance with our dear king, Felicity.
That is why I'm here. You know this.
That was superb effort. Didn't know the boy had it in him."
Rena.
Ah! That makes all the sense in the world now.
Mm-hmm. Poor thing.
She taught Kylan how to dance too once.
She would have taught me if she got me in time, even though I already know.
Right. This will be at times, but... And he continues to dance. Performance check! Oh!
Not been doing good on those. Okay, not bad. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay, what did Galadin get?
Swear to God, step on my toes.
Don't forget advantage.
Oh, advantage.
Let me see.
Oh, that's even better. That's an 18 plus 10. That's a 28 for Galadin. And he is just flowing with you, and he's just... and she's like, "I must say, Felicity, you're quite the dancer. Not used to leading someone taller than me, but, you know, it's fun."
She just looks down and smirks.
It's like, "Don't look down on purpose. You're an inch taller than me."
And I can still look down.
Oh, wait, she is in heels, so...
Mm-hmm.
He's like... Why is this nice?
Don't ruin it. Don't do it.
He just smiles and he does the little nose crinkle and the magic comes back. As he keeps like,
She's purposely like turning her head and not looking at him now.
goes, "Oh,
like,
Felicity,
look at
I
her
do
feet."
hope you're having fun tonight."
I am doing better than I expected.
He's a good lad, isn't he?
Yes.
I say lad, but he's older than me. As he continues. He goes, "Well, hopefully Kareku's dance god doesn't fill up because I need to dance with the man."
You can certainly try.
Yes. He looks and goes, "And he's gone." Fitting.
Isn't it?
And as he keeps dancing, he just goes, "Well, Felicity, I hope you have fun. And we're going to have more fun later because I'm throwing an excellent party later after the party."
Guess we'll see.
He keeps dancing, and then he does a spin and like lift with Fel, and he just puts her down. And he just goes, "Just have to tell you, You're nothing like your mother, and I mean that in the best way. And he boops her on the nose.
And she goes, "Oh, and you're nothing like your brother," and boops him back.
He goes, "Thank you." He goes, "I love the man. I love the man, but he's far too serious. And when he does make jokes, they are all awful, and like
And she's like leading him off the dance floor as he's talking.
He's like, "Oh, you little," and then he goes, "All right, go back to dancing with your handsome king." Meanwhile, he's dancing with Kirina right now.
That's what Fel wants to see. She's like, sure, shut up. I'm on a mission.
Ooh. Hector rolling hot.
I need you to answer my question before I do anything.
Okay.
I've rolled. I'm just waiting for an answer to that question because I haven't rolled for that.
Fel's just gonna sit down in her seat and watch, just like scrolling on a napkin.
Give me a what throw with this for composure? I guess charisma saving throw for composure.
For composure, girl.
Ha! Natural 20. Okay.
She's fine.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
And performance check. Hector rolled a natural 20 for a total of 24. So.
Oh, Venora bless us.
We're just gonna say that Fel did a little Venora blessing on Hector as he walked away.
Karina rolled a natural 19.
Is that what she does to
dirty
bless?
20.
Dirty 20. They're also dancing very well.
Karina is completely letting him lead. She doesn't see this as a competition in any way. She actually didn't see earlier a competition, so she isn't.
He just comes to us and goes, "You know, I was kidding about the competition. I just wanted an excuse to dance with you."
You could just always ask.
Listen, I'm not skilled at these things. I didn't expect a yes, honestly.
Why would I say no?
Things I'm being told to stop expecting is... I have been led to believe my whole life that looking weak in front of a woman will make her not find you... Anyway, my father puts a lot of value on strength. And I didn't mind. I honestly felt relieved when you beat me and then still looked at me the same. It's...
Losing a sparring match or learning a lesson that needs to be learned isn't something to be ashamed of.
I'm not ashamed, but I guess ingrained into expectations are needing to be unlearned. As he... Oh, I just realized what I said.
I've spent much of my life in competition to others just because of who I am. I don't mind competing at times for fun, but after having to compete for your life, it doesn't seem necessary unless there's a true purpose, I guess.
It can be.
You're not weaker because you show kindness, Hector.
So I've learned. And I'm learning that my father may have been stern and serious, but he wasn't unkind to the people who followed him either. I misconstrued a lot of his teachings and I'm having to relearn. And it's a process, but I think I'm doing okay. As he goes, but on the note of sparring having a purpose, growing stronger is a purpose, and perhaps the next time we spar it can be simply for fun, to try to grow stronger and learn from one another. We both have different skills that the other could learn from, and while I can't exactly teach you how to smite, I can definitely help with some other things.
Smiting isn't exactly on my list of things to do at the moment.
Didn't expect it.
Also, I'm fairly certain. I don't know. Does she know that he's a paladin of Venora? Would she know that?
Not of Venora, but she knows he's a paladin.
Okay.
She's seen him smite before, but she doesn't know it's of Venora.
I just didn't. She would assume it's not one of her gods anyway. So, I think I've had enough of what the gods are intending for a short time, at least.
He kind of nods the same and goes, I got lucky with the god I chose, and my father, Colin, and a few others were chose poorly. But anyway, you are very good at this as well. As y'all are just gliding at this point.
I learned to dance with my sister. We used to practice as little girls. She always hated to lead, so I had to, because that's not what she thought she would do. And then I had to unlearn that the first couple times I had to dance with others.
Well, you're doing a good job either way of following, but my older sister, I have similar. My older sister taught me how to dance when I was younger, but I was so young I had to relearn. It's like, Rena is a stern teacher. My sister was a lot kinder with her teaching method. But, so I can relate a little bit.
Well, she did a fine job from what I saw earlier and how you're doing right now.
Well, thank you. And he's also still doing the spins and stuff with Kirina, because, man's got a strength stat of 20, so he's doing fine.
Fair enough. Rematch. Yeah, she's going to, she's just gonna, after a few more, like, near the end of the song, is gonna just tap, as they, like, finish, is gonna tap one of the bracers. Whether you want to admit it or not, I think you'd be very proud.
Just kind of smiles and he looks at you, looking at you guys, and goes, and I think whether you want to admit it or not, I think she's proud.
Yes. Well,
It's just...
I think you'd better get back to your date, or the countless other women who are probably very wanting to slit my throat right now.
I don't think they'd have much luck with that.
Probably not. It doesn't mean they don't want to.
He just kind of smiles and he goes, there are only a few people here that I saved my dance card for, and rest assured there will be more dances for you and Felicity if you should want one. Another. And he just kind of smiles and he goes, looks down at the bracers. He just goes, just embrace that pride and that love while you can. And he leads Kirina back up to the table, and he just kind of smiles, and he sits down next to Felicity, and he goes, so how was your dance with Galadin?
She's not gonna go back to the table.
Okay, well, he's gonna lead her up there, and then he's gonna...
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just saying she's not gonna sit down right now. She's gonna just wander a bit.
Okay.
Gray is also doing something while all of this is happening.
Message me.
Okay, it's not a big deal.
I still
that
want
The last time you said that, it was a big deal.
Yeah! That's why I'm like...
Not a
Four
big
times
deal.
you said that.
It turned out to be an accidental big deal.
Nyx, actually, as you're sitting there with Daylana, the middle gold scale brother walks up with defiance in his eyes, and he goes, Lord Nyx, correct?
Yeah, it's me.
My name Rexus, gold scale, and I was wondering if you would like to dance.
Attaboy.
Sure.
He just kind of offers his hand. And Daylana just goes, yeah. And you see Cedric at first get a little annoyed, but then he just kind of smiles, and he's just like, just kind of concedes. He's like, and the mom is just giddy seeing him ask anyone to dance. He's kind of the Nyx of their family and just does not want to be here at all. He's like, I'll leave. And
Does the vibe come off pretty strongly?
yeah, and he gets out there and he goes, so are you going to that party that the gold boy that's not related to me is throwing?
I'm not sure.
The one with all the large gentlemen.
Yeah, no, Kosar, I know there's a party. I don't know for certain if I'm going to that either. It's just, there's a lot of people. You know? Just in general. Paul has been distracted by DMs.
I'm still listening, and he's just like, yes, I'm definitely going, but more just to make sure my sister has fun.
Ah.
And he's like, but I can kind of tell that you're also trying to get out of here as soon as possible.
Sure.
But
Most of it is scheming, mostly just trying to figure out when everyone will stop looking at us. Which hasn't exactly happened yet.
it's probably going to be when my brother asks the pink girl to dance, but
Working on it.
but right. And we'll just say that your performance check from last time kicks in and you guys dance pretty well. Because he's like, he knows how to dance, but he's clearly just like going through the motions because you two both looked like you just wanted to escape. And he's just,
Yeah.
So, Nix, what got you involved in all of this? You don't seem like the type.
This was not my plan, but we had a job, we came together, and my friends needed help with things, so I stuck with them. The politics and everything I don't really understand too much, but they don't really expect me to any, so they have that part covered.
That sounds very, very familiar.
Yeah.
As he kind of glances over and you see his brother just smooching with the dignitaries, and his little sister is, at this point, has found Astrid, and she's dancing with the little girl. She goes, well, just having to cope with, well, she's got some growing up to do, but she's got an eternity to do it. When we're immortal, being 24 is young.
Nix does not say anything specific about that comment. And that just fully broke my brain trying to come up with something.
She goes, and he just kind of sees you and goes, sorry, I am immortal, which was a conversation my father had with me about 3 weeks ago.
Oh, that's fun.
Well, I kind of realized it when I turned 86 and hadn't aged.
But yeah, that'll do it, I'm sure.
So, right. Sorry, I'm very awkward. It just reference what he looks like. He's got more of the black hair like his mom and the violet eyes. He does have some of the golden scales, but he's also got some alabaster scales. Doesn't have his wings, but he does have his tail. And this is the one that looks like Andrew Garfield from what I put in the things. So, and he's just for the party watching in the on the thing, you see Kareku lightly flash his wrist cuffs as he disappears.
He doesn't look anything like what he did, though.
Yeah.
He's completely dressed as a servant at this point. Making certain rounds. You'd be seeing him dropping off drinks to certain nobles. Slipping messages here and there into pockets unseen.
And
whispering.
Yeah. And you do catch Gray dancing with a very awkward looking Kolsar guy who was just kind of standing in the corner, and she walked up and you see her go trying to get him, and he's like, okay, and he goes to dance. Very small for a Kolsar, he looks kind of awkward, but that was what Lore wanted to do. So. And then, so Rexus just finishes and he goes, well, hopefully see you at the party. It'll be more fun. I'll be able to get way more drunk.
Hopefully it's not as stifling, but some people
I
are
can't
having
wait to get
fun.
out of this suit. And he walks Nyx back up and he goes, Lord Nyx, it was a pleasure. He just looks at the rest of you. Bye. And just turns around and walks away.
Adios.
Daylana just goes, wow, the apple fell way far away from both trees. She just keeps eating. He's like, his dad's not like, no.
No, I don't know much about any of them.
Kirina, what is she doing right now?
She's just kind of people watching. She's wandering the room off and on. You probably see her disappear into different areas. She's just seeing what's around. It's more just it's a little bit of getting the lay of the land so she knows where things are a little bit more, because the only time she was in here, she was, trying not to have everybody die. Yeah, she's just moving through the room. You'd see her every once in a while, probably notice her dress. And, a flash of, because she's so tall, she's not hiding. She's just moving through. She just didn't want to sit still any longer. So once she was up and had an excuse to be away from the table, yeah, that's it.
And Gray's gonna continue picking out wallflowers to dance with, matching them up to dance together. She's trying to find the people who don't want to be there, who are uncomfortable and don't know how to.
I will say, you do a few minutes of that, but then little Astrid walks up and she goes, "I want to dance!"
Very well.
And she just is almost, she's actually, wait, how tall is Gray?
She's like 5'6", 5'7".
So Astrid's taller than you, so she just grabs you.
Mm-hmm. And you can tell Gray is used to dancing with all types of people. Like, this was probably very obviously her thing before she became a queen.
Probably had to dance with Cor a few times at balls.
Yeah.
And so with that, we're going to... Hector at this point has walked onto the floor to grab some food, and there is a swath of noble women surrounding him, and he's like trying to inch his way, and he's drinking, he's just being polite, but he's just like... looks very... And then Sela Goldskill walks up to him, and she goes, "I'm a princess, wanna dance?" "Please." Meanwhile, Felicity, as you're watching all this happen, Koragar walks up and he goes, "Promise you a dance, little sister."
You going to show off what Brenna taught you?
Try. I'm going to try. I apologize for my grandfather. He's my grandfather, so...
That is something to be proud of. Let us dance, and please don't step on my feet.
He looks down at his massive boots and just goes, "I'll do my best." "Then step on Renus." He leads you out. He goes, "So just so you know, you have no relation to that old codger. He's my mother's father."
I'm still kind of mixed up on the families.
We, from what I understand, share a father, not a mother.
And she's kind of like, as he says that, she's kind of looking around.
Give me a perception check.
Bit. For anyone.
And he just goes, "Yeah."
15.
Okay, before he goes, "I'm kind of glad our father decided not to show up, because I'd have some words."
Did others show up?
At this point, you see a pink Eladrin woman staring at you with the exact same shade of hair color and the exact same shade of skin as you. And there's a young man sitting next to him who has the same skin color and as you, and same eye color as you and Koragar.
I feel like Fel would falter a step, like,
Yes.
real quick, like a quick stagger and then recover.
"Well, Lady Hugor is here, who I assume probably might be your mother, but the old man didn't come, so I have no interest." So, but fair warning, she's been staring at you, so
Is it a good thing?
I don't know her very well, but I don't know. You probably have to ask someone who knows nobles a little better than me.
Fel starts to kind of like she's dancing with him, but her hand kind of goes to his sleeve a little more than his actual hand. Kind of like she's hooking her middle finger around his sleeve. And she starts, not frantically, but her eyes start searching for Care.
Okay. Speaking of that, perception check for me, sir. Koragar is trying to like shield your view, and he's like, "It's alright, little sister, I've got you."
23.
Yeah, you very much notice Kirina staring, and her son is completely oblivious.
Cool.
He's just sitting there eating delicacies.
With half of his work out of the way, Care will... It's like he walks behind somebody and then suddenly is Care again. And will make his way over to... sorry, it was...
Kirina. It's her name.
Kirina,
Yeah.
thank you. Make his way and introduce himself with a bow. Lady Kirina. Kareku Windmere. It's a pleasure. I don't think we've had the opportunity.
No, we have not. I've heard your name circulated a bit, but You've never come and sung at our court.
Certainly not. Unfortunately, there is much of the realm to travel, but I am not as well traveled as I would like to. Certainly, I would be glad to come and play your court sometime. And Care would slowly be adjusting his steps to move the view away from Felicity.
She's not going to notice that, but she's like, you're one of the defenders we're here celebrating, correct?
I am, yes. I somehow found myself with the party.
What do you know that... do you know how old that Felicity Bliss girl is?
I believe she is in her early 30s at this point, late 30s?
Deception check.
Yes. That's a natural 20 for a 35.
Okay, she got a natural 20 for a 31, so she can tell you're kind of bullshit, but she still believes you because you rolled so high. She's like, might not be her, but sorry. Anyways, on to other topics.
Sorry, her. You've piqued my interest. I do know Felicity.
She gets real quick. She goes, "It's a family matter. I apologize."
Family matter? Oh, really? What sort of family matter?
Give me a persuasion check to get her to reveal that.
Sure.
Kareku's gonna be doing so many of these tonight.
I'd say 26.
And of course I roll on that one. She's... Well... I had a daughter with my lord husband, and his father did not want a female heir. So I saw to it that my little girl was safe with the Bliss family. I'm not sure if that's her, but the resemblance is quite striking.
I do admit there are similarities. However, rumor has it that the Blisses go under certain transformations as becoming part of their family. So
that would explain the horns. That was the one thing making me think it wasn't her. But now I'm...
Well, to be perfectly honest with you, I'm not entirely sure. He hasn't shared much of that with me. But, that being said, I could certainly do some digging for you if you'd like.
Yes, please. If that is my Esmerie, I would very much like to know. And you've heard that name many times.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so...
He won't react to the name at all. Esmeria. That's the name of your daughter, yes?
Ah, yes.
Lovely. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure for me. One word of advice, though. I know Felicity is rather nervous this evening. Springing the idea of potentially being a mother might not be a great idea.
I had no intention, but I may go chat with one of her sisters for a moment, just to clarify a few things, and tell my son not to flirt with the king's date. Put it that way.
She can handle herself when it comes to flirting, but not a bad word.
No, he's just a bit of a bore.
Fair enough.
Takes after his father a bit too much.
I understand nobility quite well. Unfortunately, I am among the courts quite often. Well, if you wouldn't mind, I will take my leave. If I might introduce you, though, I do know... Do you happen to know Britta?
I know Lady Britta fairly well.
Well, it would certainly potentially be helpful for a family and connection to chat with one of the leaders of the temple. It might open some trade routes if you would like to do some business this evening.
I may chat with her, but my husband does all of that work, and we
both know better.
Well, my husband pays frequent visits to the temple. He does worship Thor, after all.
There's a note. So, if you should need anything, my lady, please feel free to reach out.
Of course, it's a pleasure meeting you, Lord Kareku. And she just holds out her hand and does a little curtsy.
Kareku will take it and give it a kiss. And he'll do a wink, just because he can at this point.
Corridor actually. Hey, Corridor notices that, and he just kind of goes. Every time I hate him, he does something I like.
Fel just looks very kind of distressed. Just flat with my potential.
Do you want me to squash him?
No, I
Just a little?
I'll just. Let's finish our dance.
This was fine. Also, you have to dance with Astrid. She's been bugging me about it.
I might dance with her at the after party if she's coming.
She's 12.
Are you going to be
Yeah, Rena won't be.
there? That's fair.
And if she does, does volunteer to babysit.
Then she might be at the party.
Might be. And it's at this point you see Kirina making her way towards Rena.
Oh lord. Belle just swallows this deep pit in her stomach and is just continuing to be finishing the dance, appreciating her brother's effort.
Okay, Gray, I need you to verbalize what that message is gonna be.
It would just essentially asking, indicating who she was and asking to see him in the room that she chose, and she would give directions.
Okay. You noted, Kareku, what's your passive perception? What's everyone's passive perception?
21 for moi.
20. Oh, Karina's
13.
is high. 21 for Kirina.
What's yours, Nyx?
20.
Dude, we are all a perceptive group.
Not me.
Fel? So
Fel,
everyone but
perception.
actually, what's Hector's? That might be a good thing for this
I hate
individual
leaving
person.
perception on the table, especially because I play so
Oh, his just barely doesn't hit the DC, so the DC is 18, and Hector's passive perception is 17. Everyone but Fel and Hector, Hector dancing with Sela Gold Scale, and Kirina or Fel still dancing with Koragar a little. Care, Nyx, Daylana, and Kirina, you all notice the Emperor kind of look up, smirk, and leave the ballroom. And heading for one of the side doors.
How far away is he?
He was kind of in the middle of the dance floor, so about 100 feet.
Yeah, I think that's too far.
Serena didn't follow him, I assume.
Nope, Serena did not follow him. He pets her and goes, I'll be back soon, darling. And then he leaves, and Nelson is now sitting with Serena at their table.
Well, Care would make his way that way, but I don't know if you got another scene first.
We'll do the Serena talk first, and then we'll do this one, because this could be a doozy.
Got it.
Every time Lore goes, it's not anything big, and then it's like,
Summoning the Emperor to the side balcony.
Dove, did you have something you were doing?
Yeah.
Kirina noticing discomfort. She's just been,
Yeah.
watching the room, and obviously would at least be somewhat attentive to making sure Fel is good. Noticing the discomfort and seeing the direction it's directed at, and kind of misinterpreting it. Actually, question: the son / half brother. I don't know. Your family's weird, dude.
He's technically both Fel and Koragar's half brother, but from different parents.
The bro. Does he make any move like he's gonna try and step up for the next dance with Fel or anything like that when his mother leaves?
No, he's actually staring very intently at Rena, like waiting for her, it looks like, to become available.
She can eat you alive, bro.
Also, dancing with Koragar's woman? Well, not dancing, but flirting with Koragar's woman.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to own she might be misinterpreting some of this, but she's just going to approach up to him and kind of just lean down. Because even if he was standing, she probably would need to. And just whisper in his ear. Probably not worth it. she's kind of taken, and pretty sure her man could break you in half.
He just kind of smirks. He goes, and who's her man?
She nods at Korrigar.
Ah! Well, I'm only half Colasar, and that man is a whole ass Colasar, so thank you for the warning. And he kind of looks up and he goes, what's your name? As he just continues eating his grapes.
Kirina.
Right, you're one of the ones here for the honoring, yes? He's got light brown hair with his pink skin and bright blue eyes, or that match Fel's, and he's just like, Tarios, Hugora.
I'm familiar.
Really?
I'm originally from there.
Ah, right. Father's dragged me to that temple a few times. Were you the one running through the halls, punching people that one time? You were chasing some boy.
Potentially. I don't think I'm the only child that would have done that at some point.
You were chasing my friend Asger, I think.
You know Asger?
Yes, quite well. He actually is one of my personal guard now.
Really?
Ah, yeah. Not here tonight, unfortunately. He had other business, but...
Interesting. I was under the impression his goals led other directions.
It's only temporary, so he can make some money and then he's going home, but... He's, I'll pass on word that you said hello. He'll probably love to hear it.
I like that. Thank you.
And if you ever find yourself near the Hugora State over the next 2 years, you can come in and say hello to him yourself.
I will try to, if I do.
He kind of smiles and goes, it's a pleasure meeting you later, Kirina, and if you are interested in a dance, I'll be here. And he just keeps eating his grapes. He's eating them, and a thought popped into my head, and now I have to clarify for other people in my head. He's not eating them in the way Denethor eats tomatoes. Just clarify. He's eating normal grapes.
Okay.
False. Kareku is singing.
Kareku is singing, hold me behind. He's like, I don't have any souls for great halls and evil times. Proceeds to sing the perfect song for great halls and evil times.
Is Fel still on the dance floor with Korrigar, or?
Also, at this point, Korrigar's walking her back up to, and Hector is finishing his dance with Sella, so they're both walking up, and he hands Fel to Hector, and he just kind of smiles. It looks like Fel goes, didn't do too bad, did they?
Made me proud. Rena will have a report.
Good. Thank you. No, there's my daughter. She's dancing with Grey. Okay. Oh, she was dancing with Grey last I saw her. Ah, there she is. And he just walks up towards the, like, probably 20-something-year-old man who doesn't realize Astrid is a 12-year-old who is talking to her. And Korrigar just walks up and claps his hand on his shoulder and is like, hi!
Get him.
But, okay, Kirina, what are you doing now?
She's just gonna try to catch Fel's eye as she walks away, and then just a momentary catch the eye, and then if Nyx is around, she's gonna go towards Nyx. That's it.
Nyx is still sitting with Daylana. They're eating her pocket jerky still. She had a lot of it.
Trying to blend into
She opens the she opens her dress. She opens her dress pocket and she's like, pockets of holding.
Karina's kind of slipped into just very much a comfortable role that she's played before, so she's kind of like relaxed into that. She's just gonna walk up to Nyx and hold out her hand. I think at some point we said we were gonna dance.
Maybe. I think the thing I remember was potentially polymorphing us out of the dance, but
Daylana's like, you're not allowed to do that without me. I want to leave too.
I don't think I can do it for multiple people.
It's fine, I've got Pass Without Trace.
So do I. We'll figure something out. Anyway.
I think we all could just go dance and have a little fun. Nobody seems to mind.
Fine, Daylana just gets up and she goes, let's see what you got, Britta's daughter.
I grab Nyx along with me, and if I can reach Fel, Fel gets grabbed too. Whoever's at the table is getting grabbed.
Does that include Hector? Or...
Sure, I don't care.
Hector's a...
She's full
Or
on, at least.
does-
She already kind of slipped into that mode, and then kind of taunting the little princeling a little bit, did it again. So she's just like, all right, fine. If I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it.
So
Here we go.
Kirina
Let's
grabs
go.
Hector. He just kind of goes, and he gets pulled, and he's like, all right.
Like I said, she's very much, from what you guys have seen, this is very much different. There's still that underlying, but it's very much this is a mode she's done before, and so she's falling into that.
Galadin just kind of walks up and goes, change of tune, folks! And he starts playing more like folk tavern music for a little bit, just for a big dance in the center. And then we're going to go to Kareku and Serena Galactifex. So Kareku, how do you approach the table?
Kara will actually just approach head on, not trying to be sly about it or anything.
Nelson is just literally just...
And he will approach. May I sit for a moment, or shall I take the dance now?
Nelson goes, by all means, and he stands up and walks away. And Serena's just... I'm sorry, Kareku. He's... Well, you know him.
He has every right to be.
It's just only about... Recently, he's been willing to talk to me, so...
It is curious as to why he might be free at this point.
You can blame my date for that.
What does Empress and have to gain from Nilsson being free?
She kind of looks down and goes, well, if his courtship of me finishes, there will need to be a lord. And there's no heirs except for Nelson. Still hypothetical courtship, but...
And...
weighing my options.
Well, the position is a good option. Can't say the company is terribly great.
That's what I heard, but he's been very not what I expected, which has only made me more suspicious of him.
Good.
His reaction to Uthros' death for someone who was his enemy was not what I expected. Very upset. I think he wanted the war to go on for longer.
Well, an emperor can stand to gain from war. If he plays his cards right. It's been a long time, Serena.
It has. As seems time's been better to you than it had been before. Last I heard, you were in Uthros' dungeon. How'd you weasel your way out of there?
Somehow he decided that a suicide mission was the better way to kill me.
He was a fool.
Yes. Though admittedly, I've nearly died more times since then than I had in his dungeon. Though that was almost daily for him, so regardless. You look well. Are you being smart?
Always.
Good.
Playing the role as best I can, and having little... I have my little mice in places they need be. Speaking of which, how have you been enjoying Zid's company?
He's one of yours.
I thought you would have figured it out by now.
Well, he's rather good, so he hasn't been spilling too much. But it does explain more of his connection with the Empire. So, that being said, I will have to be more cautious of him.
His friendship with Wolfrun has caused him to be a little bit more... What's the word for it? Soft, I'll say.
So you've grown harder.
I had a very good teacher on that matter. It's a pity you won't accept the lordship.
No. I do my best work in the shadows. You know better than that.
You and I both know that you can do everything you're doing now with a title. You will just do everything possible to avoid it.
Some men know their weaknesses.
So do some women. She just looks at you and she puts her hand on yours.
Be careful.
You too. Grey is quite beautiful, but the most beautiful flowers can hurt you as much as the obvious ones.
At least you remember your poisons.
Very much.
Are we still friends?
Always.
Good.
Despite
Remember that.
Despite the way you left, I'll always care for you, and I'll always have a place at my side if you want it, but I know very well your place is where you can do the most damage.
At one point that was by your side. And I do still care. I keep notes. I keep watch.
I do too. She goes, I have some information for you that is not going to make your friend Grey very happy. We'll talk later.
I look forward to it.
She goes, no, if you'll excuse me, I need to find my brother. It
Please
looks like you
speak.
have something waiting for our dance, as Galadin is kind of sitting there tapping his foot.
He's a good sort.
Oh, that's the other
Oh.
wolf run. Oh, great.
He's not quite like his brother.
Good.
Remember
brother-
why we did this.
Yes, I do. And I'm glad you have found something. You can trust some of the people you've made friends with. Some of them are simply too dumb to have a treacherous bone in their body. Some of them are too trusting for their own good. And some will kill you if you lose their trust. But you've already met Kylan.
I think he fits all three of those.
He's an interesting one. Having him off this continent has made my work much easier.
Well,
And I assume yours will be as well. But I'll not keep you from your handsome dance partner. Just save a dance for me in a bit.
certainly.
And then we'll talk. She gets up to go find Nelson, and Galadin goes, well, I trust that was an interesting conversation, but you owe me a dance, you handsome tiefling, you.
But of course. Am I leading or you?
I've been leading all night. It'd be nice to be led.
As you wish.
We're not going to roll those performance checks, because that would be... that's the best dance that anyone's seen all night, let's be real.
We're showing everybody up.
Galadin and Kareku? Yeah,
Absolutely not. I want to see if one of them rolls a nat one.
Okay, fine.
Roll.
There's been a few nat 20s tonight. I want to see it.
Okay. So Galadin with advantage, that's a 19 plus 11 for a 30.
Not as great. 23 for care, so...
Fair. I'm just saying there's always the potential
Yeah.
that one of you
Someone could fall
falls
on their
on
face.
your face.
Would be good.
True, it's true. One of us...
And you do have a group, the whole rest of the group at this point, dancing on that dance floor, potentially
great.
as tripping hazards. So,
I do have it in my head that at one point they do the Dirty Dancing lift, though. It would happen.
Kareku lifts Galadin.
a roll just comes flying from nowhere.
Doesn't
Gets the running
doesn't
start.
drop? Doesn't drop.
You hear Korgar's grandfather, drop him!
Yeet him! Yeet!
Remember,
I
Korgar's
don't think- wait,
grandpa
do either of
kind
them-
of raised
do
Galadin
either
for a
of
little
them
while.
have the strength to do that.
It's technique.
It's technique.
It is also strength, sir.
Size matters.
As soon as you can get the elbow lock, it's mostly a matter of technique.
That is not true, as one who's been dropped from that lift.
As one who's done that lift, I know. I've only dropped 2 people. It's fine.
As someone who's done that lift, you'd think it would involve more strength than it does, honestly. But
As someone who just loves chaos.
But just for
Same.
reference, Korrigar's grandpa is the one who took in Kylan and Galadin when their family was killed, so Galadin annoys the hell out of him. It's like, drop him!
Well,
God damn it!
if we're leaving it at that, then Kara will definitely finish with a drop spin. So it would be, oh man, do I remember the name of this one? Anyways, so it's like basically he wraps Galadin in his arms, and for their final bit, he'll do a quick drop spin out and hold him just above the floor.
Like the Deadpool.
Yeah, For the final dip.
Mm-hmm. And Hilary goes, oh, better than I should have expected you to be this good. Stands up and he says, thank you for the dance, darling. And just like kind of crosses the side of his cheek and just gives it a little. Just goes, walks away. And then he joins the rest of the group in the center of the dance floor, dancing chaotically.
Are we all dancing? Is that what we're doing?
That's
Karina
where
grabbed
Karina's
you.
pulling everybody.
Karina grabbed you, Hector, Nyx, and Daylana and went,
She
dance!
started, like, once Daylana agreed and helped her, it was like, all right, here we go.
I'll say
we're doing
Daylana
this.
yeeted Nyx in there, and then Karina grabbed Fel and Hector and went, come here!
It would have been grabbing at the table, basically.
Hector
Like,
was-
Belle's gonna try to shimmy discreetly away so like they're in pairs. Like
Hector's
in
going
the
to
pairs.
pull you
Nope.
back in for a second. He's like,
No!
no.
It's like a high
Dang it,
school
Hector, let me
dance,
do
like
it.
yeah,
everyone's in the
this
circle.
is not how this works.
We're friends. We're going to dance. This
We're
is the
doing
kind
the
of dancing
Macarena.
Hector's not good at, so he's just awkwardly, like, he's doing, I don't know if any of you played Mass Effect, he's doing the shepherd shuffle. He's just doing that
That's
over
fair.
and over.
That's fair.
Meanwhile, we're gonna pan back to Lore as Silend walks into the same room and he just kind of walks around. He's still sipping on his wine. He just goes, "I thought that was you." Hold on. I thought that was you.
Zone of Truth, Charisma 17.
That is way above 17.
Yeah, it's worth a shot.
He just goes, "No, you don't have too many memories of me if you thought that would work, darling."
It was worth a try. What are your intentions? You made a vague threat to Hector.
Profit, dear. Same thing I've been after my entire career. Profit.
You are not dragging my home into your profit.
I've been doing it for several thousand years.
Well, it stops.
Well, at that point, because you don't, he just kind of dropped that he's kind of pulling a, every time an emperor dies, his son takes over. He's like, it's a good thing that Hector is leaving. Daenerys wasn't fit for it. Timoth, the boy couldn't find his. Makes a very inappropriate comment. But Hector, he seems a smart boy. Doesn't he? Seems like he'd cooperate to keep his home safe. Especially with the cult of druids banging on his northern doorstep.
How much do you remember of me?
I remember you vividly, Vidya.
Then you understand that my home and the people I care for are not your toys.
Really? Because your son is.
That will be remedied. And as she is speaking,
Your.
barbs and thorns start to grow in through her hair, and the amethyst and that greenish black crystals start to grow on her skin. And if he had ever seen her in her final form, he would recognize the monster very slowly peeking out. Her things start to grow, scales start to shimmer, and What is his race?
Oh, he appears to be a purple tiefling, but then he smiles as two demonic wings sprout from his back. His horns go from being kind of short to very long, and his feet turn cloven. And he says, "Careful, dear. Your son knows what's good for him. He knows that there's only one thing better than the devil you don't know. The devil you do." He just goes, "Well, I'm not even sure he's my toy anymore." And he reverts back to his tiefling form. "Otter Kilaxul, you said hello." And then he walks out of the room.
One more moment. And the vines start to grow around her feet, and she grows taller, and she starts to loom over him. Did you not forget that for the fiend and the devil, I am your boogeyman? And can I request to make an intimidation check?
Sure. Might succeed.
Natural 20 plus 15. No.
I was about to say, whoa, your intimidation went way up.
Yeah, no, my intimidation. No, 14. So, 34 intimidation.
He didn't roll great, so he only got a 30 on his insight, but he's gonna, I know very well what you're capable of, but I know even more so what your dear husband is capable of. And trust
You
me,
won't be a problem for long.
at this point, you're out of your depth. But let me know if you need any help dealing with dear old husband. And of course your boogeyman. If and when your party inevitably fails to stop him from being resurrected or brought into this world again, whatever the issue is.
You're assuming I have a boogeyman.
If you thought he was strong before, you are in for a rude awakening. Ask
As he
Delana.
was when I came back.
Ask Delana what happens. He says, also, she's been looking appetizing lately. Perhaps I should give Yavanna a call and let her know that Delana is showing signs of weakness once more.
Be careful. Nature's wrath is terrifying. But her despair is killing.
He smiles, and fully goes back to his tiefling, and Former just says, "Pleasure speaking with you, 39. Because that's all you are. Just a copy." And then walks away.
She's going to slowly revert back, very calm, not shaken one bit, and takes a seat and just kind of shakes her head to herself. How?
Yeah. And he's just gonna... Oh, you froze for a second. I missed that.
Oh. Just every time they think they can scare her, they think that they always underestimate her, and it's been a pattern.
Yeah.
Even knowing what she's capable of. She shakes her head to herself at the hubris.
He smiles and he sips his drink as he's walking out and he goes, "Do have fun with your dear friends."
You are excused.
With all due respect, you're not a queen anymore, and I am still an emperor.
I've always been a queen.
Oh, that is the one. You must have rolled bad, Kareku. He just looks and goes, "Hello, Kareku," and just keeps walking.
Carol will just then at that point
He beat you by 1.
Nice.
He got a 25 on his perception. And he just walks back out and continues his drink.
Carol will just be outside the door, leaning up against a pillar.
Ray's just sitting. She looks tired.
With that perception, you would have heard most of that care, but not every detail. We'll say you probably missed him talking about... You probably weren't able to hear because he did lower his register talking about Chef at all.
You all right in there?
Yes.
You play dangerous games.
Just like Dove and Storm's faces right now.
You had to know he went there.
They say they remember, but I don't think they do. Or they don't understand and never did.
Either way, it gives you the advantage, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. But a warning must be given. It is only fair.
You play much nicer than I do.
I believe that.
Well, there is a ball to be had. And as your escort, I should probably ensure that you are having a good time. So,
Have you finished your business?
most of it, yes.
You do not need to concern yourself with me.
You say that. I choose to do so.
Very well. I will not deny you your efforts.
Someone forgets that she can be taken care of as well.
See her kind of. There's this tremor for a moment.
Not since my mom.
We shall have to remedy that at some point then. I can't claim that we would ever be able to replace that of a mother. But nonetheless, you have people to rely on.
Yes. But there's a difference between being able to rely on others and being taken care of. Especially when things change so much.
Perhaps you can teach me.
I wouldn't know where to begin.
I'm a fast learner. And start from the beginning. But for tonight, enjoy dancing. I can tell it is part of you. I've known from the first day we met, actually.
And how could you tell?
The way you carry yourself. You might be trained as a warrior, but I can see a dancer's soul.
I suppose.
Give yourself the freedom.
I don't think I know what that's like anymore.
Then that is something we can try and teach each other.
The blind leading the blind.
Apt for you.
Well, I could still give Arcos' scar blind.
Fair enough. And I'm pretty sure I can outdance you blind, so...
I don't know about that.
Well, prove me wrong then. And he'll offer his hand.
She'll take it.
And
Lead her back to the dance floor.
as we are back to the dance floor, Hector is dancing like kind of with everybody, and I'm gonna roll a d6 to see what he does right now.
Oh no.
He is going to grab Karina's hands and start. They're doing like fun, happy dancing at this point. Just see if she wants to dance with him some more. Kirina.
Sorry, what was that? You cut out for me.
Hector is going to see. He's gonna just gonna ask Kirina for another dance.
Sure.
Yeah, so they're gonna go dance, and we're gonna roll again just to see if anyone nat ones. Okay, good. Hector did not nat one.
Uh, 6.
6?
Yep.
Ooh. So, and Hector didn't do as good as he did before. That is a 17. So, not as graceful as before, but at this point I don't think you guys care as much, so you guys are just having fun. just with the dancing and everything just kind of like flowing. And then, Fel, do you take this opportunity to do what you texted me about?
Mm-hmm.
Felicity walks up to Kirina Hugora.
Yep. Belle just kind of
she's talking with
sneaks
Rena,
out
and she just
to there. Yeah.
sees you walk up, and Rena just says, Felicity!
Rena,
How are you, little sister?
I'm doing good. And she's not really paying attention to her though. She's looking.
She's like, this is Lady Kirina Hugora. I'm gonna let you get introduced, and she's gonna walk away and just walk up to Goragar and start chatting with him. Kind of like distracting Goragar. And Kirina looks at you, and she just looks around, and she goes, hello, Lady Felicity. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Sorry if I'm a bit awkward, you just remind me very much of someone I should know.
Who would that be?
My daughter.
And you could I be her?
How old are you?
25.
Do you know what your birth name was?
No.
Well, I'm going to tell you something, and I've put the pieces together. Should we find a private place, please?
There's a balcony.
Right. She follows Felicity up there, and she just... Your name is Esmery Hugora. You are actually technically the heir to the heiress to the duchy. I have some explaining to do. I probably should start from the beginning. Your father is a very kind man, but your grandfather was not. He believes in only inheriting through male bloodline. So when you were born, he threatened you. And I took it upon myself to make sure you were safe. And there was one woman I know who could keep you safe no matter what.
Phil's gonna cut her off with a hug.
She's... and then she hugs her back really tightly. So you have grown into a beautiful young woman.
I don't care what happened or what you need to explain. You did it to keep me safe, and now I get to see you, and that's all I really care about.
I tried to take you back when you were 6 years old after your grandfather died, but Edith told me you had died. She said you died as a baby, and
You did.
You're here now, unless I'm having a very vivid dream.
Exactly. We don't have to think about anything else, just in this moment.
She pulls you back, and she's about 5'6", so she just looks up and she says, well, you definitely inherited your father's height. Not as much as he would have thought, but probably for the best.
I am a bit tall.
It suits you, and I guess inheritance from her?
I assume so.
Right. She probably would want to know a bit about your father, too.
Honestly, I would rather just know about you.
She just kind of looks at you, and the resemblance is very striking. The only difference is she has, deep purple eyes as opposed to your, deep blue. She says, well, you have his eyes, very much so.
Belle's going to gently raise her hands to her face, kind of shakily. And she's just going to be kind of staring down at her, and if she lets her, just kind of looking at the features of her and kind of... I always wondered what you might have looked like when I was little. I thought maybe you would have the same skin as me and maybe my hair got from you. And she just kind of like shakily kind of going over the features.
So we have plenty of time to... Now, because now that I found you, I'm not... You can... Obviously, you're an adult, live your own life, but I will be staying in contact with you as much as I can, and...
Are we allowed to do that?
I do not care. Your grandfather's dead, and your father would welcome you.
I would very much like to get to know you, if that's something I'm allowed to do.
And your brother?
My brother? You mean Korga?
Korga?
The big man, the one that I was dancing with. He's my half brother.
She kind of peeks in and looks. And as soon as she looks at him, she realizes the striking resemblance, and he does look exactly like Felix, but I was not aware that he existed.
I'm sorry, I'm used to family connections being messy and just letting them out.
Older?
Yes.
That makes me feel much better. From before me. You have a younger brother, too.
Jeez. I suppose I have to meet him at some point.
Oh, he's here tonight. He's the young boy who sits next to me, Terios.
Well,
but if you can talk to him later. I want you all to myself for a little while.
Yes, and there's an after party that maybe, I don't know. Well, if we're going to be able to talk together, then maybe we can figure something out.
The only person who wouldn't approve of it is Edith, and frankly, she lied to me. I do not care what she thinks. Clearly your sisters agree. At least one of them.
And Fel just kind of... She kind of looks a bit torn. She's just... Edith has been very good to me. And I think she does love me. I don't know why she's... I don't know. The person that raised me and the person that I'm getting to know now are very different. But at the core of it, I would tread carefully on either end. I would not wish to lose either of you right now.
Well, your father's going to be very upset he didn't come now. We both thought we thought you'd been dead for 20 years.
I don't know. That's a very peculiar accusation, but stranger things have happened recently. So,
I'm not trying to tear you from her. You can have whatever relationship you like with her, as long if you want one with me, I would love it. And
yes, I
understand this is a lot, and I did not expect you to be here. I saw you and kind of knew immediately. And then your friend Kareku basically all but confirmed it.
What did he say?
I don't think he intended to. I think he was trying to...
He always intends to.
I don't know. But... Anyways, your debut with a king! He seems like a fine young man.
He's very nice and he's very handsome, and I think we're going to be very good friends. I look forward to being someone he might come to for advice and who knows what. But...
Sorry, well, I'll let you get back to it, and your brother and I might see you at the after party, but if not, we'll talk more soon.
Yes, I just couldn't not say hi.
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 Just go. Hey, talk to your friends. I'll see you soon.
Okay. And she'll slowly walk backwards and keep her in view for a while against with the moonlight and the balcony, and just kind of freeze it in her mind, and then try to slip back into the crowd.
As soon as you leave, she starts crying.
Oh. Oh no. So.
And then, that's where we're going to take our break. Come back for a short second half. But, we still have the tavern party. And you guys all got presents in your boxes, so you can open your presents if you want to. But, and Kareku, I know before the tavern party you want to have a dance with Serena, so we're going to do that for sure.
Serena and Felicity as well.
And Felicity. We'll do those, and then the tavern party. Which, to be fair, everyone else can go to the tavern party before Care and Felicity, to be fair. Hector probably won't leave for it until Fel does, but...
Reno won't leave Felicity there.
Daylana's just going to be sitting there waiting.
She
It's like,
made a
party?
promise. She's not going to go back on her promise.
Fun party? But anyway, that's where we're going to take our break. For everyone watching at home, we'll catch you guys after the break.
Is this what you guys are waiting for this whole time? Here we go! Here we go! Oh my god, there's something more than one! There's 3, there's 4, there's 5! Let's go! Axes are sharp. That's a new t-shirt! What the? What? Is this thing a Gumby? Stretch Armstrong over here? What the f was that? What this f like a dolphin? Oh! What? What? Is that my first real roll? I got a nat 20? Oh! What? Hype train! Chad, there's a hype train! Now's the time to do it! Go, baby! God, let me! I'm on fire! I'm on fire! I'm on fire! God, mother! I don't even know what to tell y'all. That was crazy.
Welcome back, everyone. Last we left off, people were having fun at the ball, except for Gray, who is confronting a man from her past who is also a devil. And who
Making
threatened
threats to old friends.
And he threatened Hector, and she didn't like it.
Man.
But now everyone's back at the ball. The group is still, if I remember right, the group is still dancing in the center. Hector and Kirina just finished their second dance, and Kareku, you walk back out, and you have choices: Serena or Felicity first.
Gotta let go of Gray first.
Yeah. He'll lead Gray to the circle of friends.
Daylana's gonna grab Gray and be like, "Dance!"
Ah.
Using that, he will head over to Serena first.
So Daylana's leading Gray, which Gray probably would be like, "Excuse you?"
No, she's actually, it's nostalgic for her, but roles are reversed.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And you said Serena first, Kara?
Yes.
She walks up and she sees you walk up and she goes, "Time for that dance?"
If you don't mind.
She just kind of, and she accepts the hand and she goes, "Just like old times." And as she takes her hand, she kind of taps on the cups and just goes, "Interesting choice."
Oh.
Okay, so you begin dancing. Performance checks. She doesn't have a character sheet, so I'm just gonna go off of this one. Okay, 15.
Not my best. Dirty 20.
This is Kareku's worst dancing of the night so far, but still good.
Just gonna say, still
really
20,
good. Still really good, but maybe he's nervous to dance with Serena again.
Probably more of he's actually now focused on the conversation than anything else.
Yeah. So she goes dancing. She's like, "So, you have your questions, I assume?"
I've asked most of them already, but how much do you know about your current potential fiancé?
You mean that he's a devil?
Ah, you do know. All right.
You give me too little credit, Kareku. I know very well what I'm getting myself into.
Have you made a deal?
Of course not.
Then in that case,
Nelson might have,
of
but he
course.
won't admit it.
Of course he has. All right. Well, what do you need from me?
I have information for you that your friend Gray is not going to like very much, if what I've heard of her is true. Brutal chef. I have a certain spy in a certain mouse in a certain hole, and I have reports of him working with Kilakzul. Very recently.
Any idea of what their activity is?
All I know is Rudolchef has promised Kilakzul something in exchange for his help with something else. But my little mouse has not been able to glean anything from it. I know it has something to do with a blade.
Interesting.
But from what I've heard of Rudolchef and your friend Gray, she won't take it too well.
No, she won't.
What you do with that information is up to you.
You know I keep my cards close to the chest.
Nice to see I'm the only one who can make you play your hand fully.
Be curious to see if you could.
No time for that tonight, but maybe later. But
You realize by siding with Silent, we may end up on opposite ends of the chessboard.
I'm still weighing my options. But it'd be nice to have an opponent that actually makes me think for once.
Flattery will get you everywhere, my dear.
So you haven't changed a bit.
I've changed quite a bit.
We'll see, I suppose.
Yeah.
Jumping in front of a death blow as you did for that grey girl, that was something I didn't expect of you.
Would have done it for you.
I know. And I would do the same for you in a heartbeat. Just know that I'll be keeping silent off your trail as best I can.
Good.
Unless it interrupts my plans.
Fair enough. If you need movements to happen over here, and your mice, as you say, aren't able to rattle the cages, reach out.
Will do. He has finished the dance and she just kind of curtsies to you and she goes, "Wonderful dance, Kareku. I hope to do something similar again." And she walks off.
Be careful.
Can't promise that, and I know you can't either.
No. You see my mother.
I see
Listen,
her
I'm
often.
still here.
I already keep her updated on you.
Good.
You should come visit her sometime.
I should. If travels lead me that direction, I will.
Good. Now it looks like your friends are having a good time. I suggest you join them.
I have one more dance to take care of, and then I shall. Farewell.
You too. Alright, now, Gray. Performance check for your dance with Delana.
Dance the night away.
Not super great. I think she's probably tired and in her head at this point.
It's a 17 for Delana, so...
Yeah, for Gray, it's only an 11. She's not fully into it. She's more at the point of, what's the word? I don't know, amusing her at this point. So, I think the conversation is weighing on her still. New information, new memories.
Delana just goes, "Well, next time I'm going to drag Rudersheth here by his pretty hair and make him dance with his mom."
He's danced with me plenty.
I almost married him.
You did.
Ugh. She looks away. Care. Do your
Yes.
thing.
He'll approach the group, kind of doing the awkward dance into the circle. Can't cross a dance floor. Ned's Declassified School Survival Guide. Best way to cross a dance floor is to dance across it. There's a throwback for y'all. He will make his way over to the group and then try and find Felicity's eye and just... Shall we?
What?
Well, I did ask for a dance.
Oh, yes.
He'll lead her onto the dance floor, just kind of already seeing something's up.
If you want to know something, you just have to ask, right?
I do, and something's on your mind.
Yes. So much has happened tonight.
Your dance was beautiful.
Thank you.
It would seem there's more than that on your mind, though.
Well, I said hello to my mother. Oh, who I presume to be my mother.
On purpose?
Yes.
I definitely misread that. I am so sorry.
It's not something I'm not unused to. but I appreciate the effort.
Fair. Yes, I apologize. You met your mother. That's wonderful.
I think so.
Listen, you got a family. Your father is potentially more troublesome. Your mother, on the other hand, is, from what I know, is rather kind and decent. Which you deserve.
I am just grateful that they exist. Good or evil. At least they're there.
That's true.
She was very nice, and I needed that, so.
I'm glad. Truly. I'm sorry I nearly changed it. And to give you a little insight, because I'm sure you saw, the flotation was a distraction tool that I used. Had no intention of going anywhere with that, just simply keeping her mind preoccupied. I don't know. I'm walking myself into a corner here.
Why are you apologizing, Kareku, for doing what you do?
Because it was not the right thing to do for you, and I tend to not do the right thing for you often.
I don't blame you, so.
For doing the wrong thing for you?
No, for doing what you did to my mother.
Well, promise not to flirt with your adoptive mother. How about that? We'll start there.
Kareku, you've already slept with my adoptive sister. I don't think it's that much of a stretch.
It was before I knew you and before we were friends. Anyways.
And your brother-in-law, Kaskaladan.
Yeah, that too. There's a list. Would you like it?
You keep a rather long list in that case. You're done with me, aren't you?
What do you mean?
The symbol.
You mean the necklace?
And he'll just slide his hand under her hair and touch it. Mm-hmm.
She kind of reacts a bit, because of where the scarring used to be, where she placed it.
Mm-hmm.
It's complicated, but I was hoping this would ease things. To be fair, I'm not done with you as a friend. If I were done with you, I wouldn't have done everything that I've done the last week. I prefer to let my actions speak.
And your actions are good and true, which is something I can learn from you. But
You don't need to patronize me.
am I wrong?
As closely as you've looked at me, Kareku, I think you miss a lot of things.
I have. But what I have seen in you is good.
Then I'm doing a good job.
A broken heart and an angry spirit do not make an evil person.
A broken heart has helped me learn. It has not turned me into an evil person.
You are still a good person.
Yes.
Good. And if we're friends, I don't know if you saw my last dance. You know who she is?
I do. I know who she is too.
Well, seeing her has reminded me of things. who I used to be.
So, good things?
I used to be a bit more lighthearted than I am now. Reminded me of some things we used to do that were just for fun.
We could all use some fun.
Perhaps at the after party. This party is about to run its course. I've given us all an exit strategy. Hopefully you won't be mad.
We have one, but, can I ask you the same question? For my own sanity? Have I served all my use to you?
Is it better to hope or to know?
Depends. To hope someone loves you versus to know someone loves you. What would you prefer?
There was something I said to you and I tricked you by not truly saying it. After you told me you made a deal with Loki. I told you my heart could have been yours. But I'm not good for you. I'm not healthy for you. Not in that regard. I can be a friend, certainly.
A friend is kind. And kindness means sometimes telling someone something they may not hear or like to hear for their sake. And in the same way, she's never good for you either. I thought it might be something and I encouraged you in it. It wouldn't sit right if I continue to encourage what I see could destroy you.
I've not been ignorant to that. Chosen to be, somewhat. I'll be taking a step back. I told myself when I started all of this that I was destined to be alone forever. And that I would only hurt those that I grew feelings for, so I cut myself off from feelings. Both of you changed that.
I am not her.
No,
Please don't compare me.
I'm not. A heart can adore two different things. One can adore the sun as much as it adores the moon. They are different, but they each have their beauty.
I can wish you luck then. I started all of this because I wanted you to be happy and thought I was doing that by making it easier. And I'll be honest with you on that so that I can move past it.
And I shall be honest with you then, in kind. I love you. But it is because I love you that I will not allow myself to act upon it.
That's a sad life.
I'm destined for it. But it would be nice to have friends.
You will. If you let yourself. You're smart. She's gonna take his arms. Where the one cuff is. Are you going to meet me the rest of the way?
This is my protection. But
Let us protect you.
it is trust that I come hard to. But that said, and he'll is she wearing any jewelry on her wrist, like a bracelet or anything?
She has like, I could say she's got her paint, so it's not covered.
Got it. Okay.
The necklace is the only piece of jewelry she has on.
Okay. Work then. He will then go ahead and put his arm behind his back, just kind of as part of a bow, saying we're probably close to the end of the dance. And when he returns, it's slice.
Okay.
Shall I meet you halfway then?
He
No,
took it off, or sorry.
It's
there you
cut.
go. Okay.
Yeah, it's cut. And he'll hand it to her.
I appreciate it. And she'll take off her necklace and put it over his head. And so the pendant has there. And another life, maybe. Since apparently you get two.
Or 4. Or 10.
Oh, and before we end the dance, so Fel will like quickly get like a little you could tell when she gets those ideas, she just like pops up a bit. And she quickly bends down and takes off her heels and finishes the last part of the dance to where she's actually eye level with Care for the first time because he's wearing heels.
Uh-huh.
Think we might as well see eye to eye for once.
I think for once we already are. But I appreciate the gesture.
Smiling.
Care will do a spin, and we'll do a spin so that she is facing away from him, and he'll just sneak a really quick kiss on her cheek, and just whisper in her ear, "Thank you," and bring her out.
She'll bow.
Well, the fire's about to start, so
Kirina and Nix, I think have well, I can't leave without Kirina if we're going to leave somewhere.
Oh no, absolutely. We're going to make sure that there's ample distraction for that.
So Fel will start looking for Kirina.
You guys are all just like Gallatin and just kind of goes, so ready to make a break for it?
I suppose so.
Good, we can just leave. We don't need to make a break for it. It's our
I'm
party.
aware.
Just walk out the door.
Gallatin just leaves, goes to his tavern to start the party. He's like,
Unless Karina looks at Nix, you really wanted to change me.
I mean, that's up to you. I'm not going to.
I mean, it sounded fun.
I came into this conversation late. Change?
Polymorph?
Oh.
Did you have an idea?
Kirina Rex.
Good. Raven?
Why not?
Sure.
Even fitting. Oh.
Okay. Yeah, because I can do up to, what is it?
Oh, real fast. Hang on. And she's gonna just dash up to wherever her mother is. Really sorry about this, but I'm also not at home and not a little girl anymore, so bye! And she's gonna run back over.
Right. As you're running back over, it's like
she's an adult. She's an adult.
It's like a 60-foot casting range. So as you
Cool. The minute she
over,
stepped away,
just,
whatever, yeah.
Cast polymorph at Kirina, turn her into a raven.
And she's gonna fly out the door and immediately be looking for either the ravens or the wolves.
Hugin and Munin are both sitting there, just look at you.
She
And
dive bombs at them.
you smack into Hugin, and you go straight through him.
Dang, that's not fun.
And he just and he flies away, and then
The
Munin
bird
just
flipped somebody off.
He just went,
And he could, a raven could.
Yeah.
And you see like
A
an
singular
owl,
feather.
silently fly up to you.
If Raven can sigh, that's what you see happen.
Hector just looks
You
and
have
goes,
mimicry.
just
So
goes,
yeah,
right.
you could.
Thanks for coming, everyone. Right, and he just leaves. And you see someone try to go. He eventually goes, "I'm the king. I can do what I want," and he leaves.
He does have a point.
Let's go.
Felicity, you coming?
Of course.
Kareku, make sure everyone gets there.
All right.
Koragar, pick people up. Koragar lifts up Astrid and Rena, and those are the only two. And he goes, "Sorry, King's order. Sorry, last King's orders." He just walks them.
No one better dare. Oh.
Koragar looks at Fel for a second and goes, "Yeah, you can walk."
Ree's just kind of standing in the entrance watching them all go.
We're not leaving her.
No, she's not gonna like stay. She's just watching everybody like.
She's not gonna be the last one out though. My gosh, we've learned.
Care will be at the door
Karina's
with her.
still. Okay, never mind.
Go ahead.
Is Karina still
Nope,
there?
doesn't matter now.
Hmm.
Doesn't matter. It's fine.
She's just
Go ahead.
softly smiling, watching the birds.
The dive
Carry
bombing.
people off. She's just.
Well, they can't see Hugin and Munin, only you and Nixcat, so they just
She's
see you
diving or doing something, and she's aware
diving.
that
Pretty.
she's been told there are birds. Maybe that's happening. She doesn't know exactly what's happening, but she's just watching all the fun. The parts she could see.
Daylana pokes the gold scale boys and goes, "Go." And Rex is like, "You don't have to tell me twice." And he goes, and his brother's like, "It's a bit uncouth." And she's like, "Go get drunk. It's good for you." She shoves him out the door, and his cell is already gone. She's like, "Drinks?" And the Emperor just kind of sits there, and he's eyes Kareku and goes, "I have other engagements." He goes,
Have fun.
"Serena, dear, care to join me?" She looks at Kareku and she goes, "Of course, darling. It's good to see you, Kareku."
You as well.
He goes, "You hear the silent. Nelson, be of use and bring the carriage around, would you?" And then you guys. This is supposed to be tavern music.
Wait, how far is the tavern from the?
Like a 2-3 minute walk.
As Care is with Gray and they're kind of following everybody else, she's going to look down at his wrists. She's good for you.
I would say, as he meets Gray at the door just before they leave, I'm assuming I'm okay to do this, Cole?
Yes.
Okay. Care will just look at her real quickly with a small smirk and just count down. And immediately you hear a fight break out in the corner of the ballroom.
You see a Kolsar picking up a normal size, and he's like, "Oh, fuck you, me!" He's just like screaming at him. And it's like, we'll have to bleep that, but. And it's just like, and he's just picking up like one of the servants who he thinks smack talked him, who did smack talk him, but he's just like, he's just like, and then a couple of the other Kolsar are trying to pull him back.
What did you do?
There'll be about 3 or 4 more of those that break out over the course of the evening.
What did you do? Leave love notes in their pockets to each other?
Something like that, yes.
She looks again at his wrists.
Also, Fel, do you take the little bauble we talked about?
Yeah, she'll...
It's a little red orb, and it looks like it's from your mother, so I guess you could just pocket it or whatever.
Can she give any sense of what it is?
Give me an Arcana check.
Before she pockets the strange little orb that may or may not hurt her. I don't know. That is 16.
It's definitely magic, but you can't tell what.
I will look at this after I am not going to an after party, which I totally know what that is. We'll pocket it.
Galadin just looks at Felicity, because he went back to grab you. He's like, come with me, darling. You're going to have a good time. Hector, you too. You two are getting first drinks.
How sweet of you. Are you going to be walking in? Are we walking in this? Like, we're going to walk. But, like, you've got a lot of robes.
Darling, I always have prestidigitation ready.
You can use it for that?
Yes, of course. You didn't know that?
I am very new to this spell, and I've misused it multiple times, I feel like.
You can make anything with basically. Make yourself look good, make yourself smell good, make magical effects appear. You didn't notice yourself sparkling when you were dancing with Hector at first?
Did you do that?
I helped.
Fair enough.
Thank someone else for the full display, but...
Keep your secrets. I want drinks.
Alright. And he leads you guys back to the tavern. He opens and he just kind of looks, and you already see a bunch of the Colsar in there drinking. And then Korgar's grandpa is arm wrestling two of them at the same time and wins. And then, Gala just goes, mead for the lovely lady! And, one of the Colsar just hands a full bottle of mead to you. Like, just completely full, and he's like, here you go, little lass.
I was gonna start looking around for Kirina, like, before she
Where's
drinks
my
all
wingman?
of this. Like, well, do I'm supposed to? Am I supposed? Help!
Korgar opens it for you and just goes, just drink.
Not without Kirina. I want to do this with her.
Fine, get Kirina a bottle.
Where is she?
Apparently a bird.
A bird.
I'll have a bottle
And
for her.
literally does not have her own mental stats.
Oh no!
The thing
What
the dive bomb and the one other thing I was leaning towards were in my mind the last little bits of her brain power still connected. at
What's
that
the last
point.
thing she did? Was bird bomb and what?
She was going towards 39, but then that moment
She
happened,
could
so I
have still
didn't do
had.
it.
She could have still come.
No, it didn't make any sense. Once Kara was there and all that, it was in my mind. It was the moment of turn and look. So that's all.
So,
Where
So
is
she
now?
turned, and once she saw Kara there, she swooped away and flew off.
Sounds like a panicked mother right now. She's like, "Where's my? Where is
She literally has no intelligence. Like
Rena
hardly at all. I don't
looks
know
up
what
and
to
says,
do.
Nix
like,
would know this.
Korgar goes, Nix!
I realized that after
Nix
I
is a
realized
bird
that
too.
she got
Great.
polymorphed, I was like, she doesn't have her own intelligence. She's
Did Nix
functioning
polymorph?
just on that
They-
momentary
Lana, you
reaction.
could,
Cells or B shape?
Korgar goes,
well,
Gaylon, you can
shit.
talk to animals, right? Gaylon goes, yeah. Can you go find the bird girls and guy?
Those have a 12 wisdom, I'll say.
Yeah, they're smart creatures.
Well, a 2 intelligence, but you know.
So Daylana retraces the steps, and she can definitely see which one is Nix, and she's in.
I mean, one is an owl.
She sees the owl, and she just goes, "Oi! Find Kirina. Felicity won't party without her."
It's Karina. I haven't let her, like,
Oh, it's Kirina
wander
the bird.
away. Wherever
Probably
Karina's
chasing
wandering
a dumb
off
raven
to.
at this point. I don't know. No.
She's having a game of
We
tag
didn't
with
think
the
this
invisible
through.
ravens.
We thought it'd be funny, and then we didn't think it through.
We had a plan.
Just like at this point, just letting Karina turn her brain off for a minute and just be a raven. And at whatever point, either when people are panicking or
Well, yeah,
Karina
and-
starts to go off and do something that might be a little bit suspicious or getting completely away from everyone, I'll end up.
Well, Daylana just go, well, Felicity's worried about her, so, Just come on.
I'm gonna cast Speak with Animals.
That's what Delana's doing, right?
Oh, is she?
Yeah, she's
Okay.
speaking
Well,
to
then never
him.
mind. Gray's just she's been watching Kirina this whole time, so she's just.
She's like, come on, Nix. Get Kirina. Let's go. Delana wants to party with Kirina.
Dylan talking
What?
to herself.
First I
She's-
was like, wait, 39's
talking
been
to
watching
Nix.
Karina
Or not
since
Dylan,
when? And then
Felicity.
also Delana wants to I'm so
Felicity,
confused.
sorry. I was praying. It's been a long day. Says Felicity wants to party with Kirina. Come on.
I like
Do I see Kirina? Because I was watching the birds.
Yeah. Because you can't see the other two birds, so you can only see
Black
Kirina
Raven
next.
at night.
Don't leave me unattended.
Ernie, high elf. The darkness.
Yeah, both the people looking for you have dark vision, so.
Caw.
And also there's a bright, stark white owl
That
nearby. Yeah.
Whatever, guys. You can shoot her down. It'll take
I'm
her out.
prepping for Drexel,
Like,
okay?
It's not like
I'm
3
prepping.
hit
I'm getting
points,
there.
you guys. It's not that hard to get her done.
I'm not gonna hurt her.
I'll lead, try to coax Raven Karina into following me down to close to the ground so that I can just drop the the polymorph without her falling
Falling.
30 feet.
She's got the hit points. She can take it.
You ruined
No.
her dress.
No, she cannot,
Huh.
ma'am. This is equivalent of falling out of a window. In fact, it might be considered worse.
Did somebody
Did
get,
that.
get Karina's attention?
I don't
Uh,
know.
Delana grabbed Nix's attention and then told Nix to get Kirina, so. And back at the
Guiding
bar,
her. Or at
Galadin
least
is
trying to
just-
force her to the ground.
Galadin is just waiting with his drink too. He's got some whiskey and he's like, I'm waiting until Felicity drinks.
Gray's just picking out the thorns and barbs that she had momentarily forgotten were in her hair. I don't think she realized until.
Hector tries to start drinking and Galadin's like, you wait, young man. I'm older than you. Shh.
You can drink. You don't have to wait for me.
Yes, we do. It's your debut.
Well, it's Hector's too.
Hector's like, fair, but King's orders no one drinks till Felicity does.
Why?
Because it'll be funny.
That's a lot of pressure.
But now
Not-
I don't want to drink.
In that case, can I pour out so we can start this party?
Don't you dare touch my stuff. She holds.
I was just going to pour you a drink.
I want the bottle. I just need to wait for Karina.
She has a full bottle of very, very high alcohol content mead.
This will be a fun evening.
Yep.
We'll say, Nix, do you undo the polymorph?
Yeah.
Kirina, you are no longer a raven.
That was... Alright.
Did you enjoy flying?
Yes. I always have. Thank you. That was... It didn't work.
What didn't work? I'm just gonna look at Nyx.
This is currently
Nyx probably did see it. Nyx is still an owl.
yeah. Saw what? Oh, yeah. Karina will hear in her head. I noticed. Kind of ruins the fun of it a bit.
Yeah.
They're still
Alright.
there and they go, again.
Are you two up to mischief?
Others still here. And I tried to scare them away. It didn't work. Apparently you go right through them. Oh, that's the last thing. And you standing in the doorway looking sad. That I remember. Are we going?
Yes. I think so. It sounds like
Nyx,
Felicity is waiting
you wanna
for you.
Fly or want to ride?
Nyx at that will kind of pop off to arc around, flying. Kind of following around.
They can
you
talk
guys.
like that, just so you know.
Who can?
Nyx. In your mind.
Oh, I am
Just in
familiar with
case
that.
you aren't surprised
prepared.
because I know you have a lot of voices in your head.
Yes. Well, if I allow them, for the most part.
Hear the voices in my head.
Right. I'm gonna start going that direction because
And as you guys enter the tavern, Fel, you see Kirina enter, and Koragar, without even asking, just gives Kirina a full bottle of mead. Here,
alright.
present from Galadin. You and Felicity get the good stuff, and you drink first.
Karina's like motioning. Fel's like motioning for Kirina.
Okay.
Here.
Hector's waiting with his bottle too.
She goes over.
Karina like
What's
pull her
wrong?
down, whisper. They're all waiting for me to drink this bottle, and I might have fallen a little bit too close to the sun. I'm gonna get so drunk. But I'm determined, and also they're waiting, and I didn't want to start without you, so.
Alright,
Oh, God,
so
if Hector gets
are
drunk,
they
this
waiting
is
for you
gonna
to
get
drink the
funny.
whole bottle before they drink, or is it just a part of it? Like a sip?
You know what?
Hector's standing right in front of you two, and he just goes, probably not the whole bottle.
Oh
Seems
no!
like a lot.
If I'm doing this, I'm going to do the whole
Oh,
bottle.
You can,
No.
but not in one go? That's
No,
not...
not
Okay.
in one go. No,
Alright.
no.
Good to know.
Hector's just,
I'm
well,
not there yet.
I'm just gonna... And she starts... Are there glasses anywhere?
there are mugs on the table for anyone
Yeah,
who wants
Her
them.
slides over
Yeah.
glasses.
Yeah, she
She's
just
behind
kind of
bar
starts
at this
pouring
point.
a few of them, and then, like, wherever Alnix is, just... Do you want to drink like that, or...
Nyx will drop out of wild shape at that.
I mean, I can
and
get a
just-
bowl.
Fel, you notice Axos is rolled on his back going, because he had a bowl on the floor,
Oh,
and someone
no.
gave him a bowl full of mead.
She
No,
can't.
he'll
She's
be
got that
asleep.
ring of
Good
mind
night.
shielding on.
Well, Axos is drunk on the floor, is what I'm saying.
Poor puppy.
Your dragon pupper
Yeah,
is
he'll be
drunk.
fine. He's sleeping. Karina will
sleeping.
start handing out the glasses and take the bottle from Fel and just set it down and then pour part of hers into a glass. Just trust
Belle
me.
gives
just
her a
start
slight
a little-
pout, but
Hector
You can
uncorks,
finish it all you want, but it just, start a little slow.
it's fine. I let you do it.
Hector uncorks his bottle with his teeth and just goes, well, cheers.
Karina just looks at him like, I don't think that was a good okay.
It is a party.
They're all waiting for her, and she's
Listen,
just
I'm
kind of
not
like
the king. I'm
slowly.
not the king right now. I'm just Hector, and he just
Karina
waits
looks
for-
at Felicity. Are you?
Slow motion, like she's like tricking some of them out, like and then she'll drink.
The minute she puts it to her lips, Karina lifts the bottom of it so that the entire thing goes.
No!
And Hector drinks and just oh, I actually did do that.
Bad idea. That was a bad idea.
I don't.
Um,
I don't have a job. I don't. Hey, but oh no! And he rolled a 2 on his con save. Well, let's see what his
Do I have to
bonus
roll?
is.
Oh, this will be a short night for him.
Okay, his con's +8, so that's still a 10. So he's not hammered, but he got tipsy off chugging an entire bottle, and he goes. Then he looks
That'll
at
happen
it,
with me.
and he goes, "Oh, you got some of the." And he's like, "Yes, Daxar did bring the good brew from the Frost Wilds. That stuff gets Koragar drunk in about 3 drinks, so in about 3 glasses. So," and he's like,
Belle just had an entire glass.
"Shit." Fel, give me a con saving throw.
This is gonna go well. I have a feeling.
Felicity
Is
and
this
Hector
the
are getting.
stuff
21.
Gray drank earlier? Is it different?
It's stronger. And
21.
Gray, you're gonna drink it too.
I don't know if she is. She's debating. She's having a hard tug of war right now.
Karina looks at the
Daylana
others,
looks at her
waiting.
and goes, "Come on, Mom, drink. Come on."
Karina takes
one
a sip
me."
with. Karina takes a sip right when Felicity went for it and then did the thing, and then
Yeah.
she's just looking at
Now
the
she's
rest of
looking
them,
at
like,
her. She's looking at her with
looking
like
at
slight,
Nyx, looking at
wet
all of them, just
What was
waiting
that
for
say,
all.
Felicity?
surprise.
Nyx is just casually
What was that con save,
sipping the
Fel?
mead.
21.
Okay,
Dang. Does Nyx do anything
good.
not casually?
you're a little. It's still strong,
Not
so you've
recently,
definitely
no.
felt the whoa, but
Enough to give. I think she's more betrayed by Karina's actions. She like gives her a little side eye, but she's also like,
chuck half of it, might as well drink.
Karina just
it also it's exciting to like. She's also kind of like, yeah, like this is like the sister like fun nitty gritty stuff.
Delana does look at Greg. Go, please, for me.
Very well.
She fills your cup up to the brim and goes, cheers.
She clinks it and just goes ahead and drinks it.
Con save.
Yeah, it's a 27.
Okay, you are not drunk at all yet.
She kind of, after realizing
I will
that
get
it
Greg
wasn't-
drunk once in this campaign. It will happen.
Realizing it's not doing anything for her, she doesn't finish the glass. She puts
Well,
it.
I will say it feels stronger, and you actually feel a slight bit compared to more than what you normally have felt.
Does it help? Does it bring any relief?
A little bit, actually. It loosens.
Okay.
You feel a little bit of like drop in your muscular tension and stuff, and it's like.
Well, I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay. She'll sip at it in that case.
And then Delana just pours her another glass, and she goes.
Mm.
And just keeps drinking hers. And then Hector just grabs another bottle off the shelf and pours a glass for Felicity and one for himself and goes, maybe we should go a little less. I forgot. I didn't realize what it was. Cheers to glorious debut for Felicity Bliss and the best first dance I could have had as king.
And all you two sweets to your kingship. And to whatever the heck this night brings.
And Galadin just goes, you both did phenomenal dancing. It was quite entertaining. He goes, cheers! Oh, Galadin rolled a nat 1.
Oh no.
It is
Does
con.
he faceplant?
His con
Good.
is bad, too. Oh no.
Suffer.
Delana's fine. She's got 20 con.
I said that and I rolled a nat 1.
Oh no!
With a +2, it's a 3.
Ooh,
This is
Galadin
gonna
only
go
has
so
a...
well.
Okay, actually Galadin does have higher than I thought. He's got
I
plus
think
9,
if
so...
Fel.
Galadin's got a 10, but Fel with that 3, you
That was a
are...
nat 1.
You are drizzy drunk now. And Hector is also drizzy drunk with you because he also rolled a nat 1.
Grace just running her fingers through Felicity's hair, trying to keep her upright.
And Hector's just leaning forward because he's been this drunk before multiple times. And he's just like... Oh, also, who else drank more, at least a glass? Kareku's like, I'm not... Nope.
Kara is not imbibed this evening.
Anyone who drank at least a glass, give me a con save. Because it is very
Also,
strong.
Owls have a -1 constitution. That would have gone very bad if Nyx was bourbon. However, I rolled a 7 anyway, so...
Nyx is drunk.
Karina's at a 25.
I feel like
I'm a 26.
Kirina, you're feeling it more than you normally would with alcohol because you're very good at drinking alcohol, but you...
That's a
Well, like,
big-
you just doesn't hit you as hard normally, but you still feel it a little bit. Like, you still definitely feel something, but you're not even close to tipsy or drunk. So, Nyx is hammered, Felicity's hammered, Hector's hammered, Galadin's tipsy. I gotta be Corridor.
I feel like
Paladin
Nyx
passing.
probably is drunk how I am drunk, is unless you are sober, you do not notice a difference. Besides, there's a little
You
bit more
giggle a lot
chattiness.
more. You giggle a lot more when you're drunk. Well, not giggle. You do more of your.
I think that's just more everyone's doing dumb stuff when we're like actually
That's
drinking.
true.
But
It is usually me, you, and Bex and I are being idiots when we're drunk around
usually
it.
So, more dumb stuff?
More dumb stuff. Hector just looks. Felicity, we should. I'm gonna dance on the table. You want to dance on the table?
She's barely standing or sitting up.
That's
Whatever's
okay.
You
happening.
can try. No, it's
He
okay.
helps her get up, and
oh
there's
boy.
they both, and he starts dancing on a table. And it's a big table.
Muscle memory.
Muscle memory.
Well, this is reminiscent of our first evening together.
Kareku, join us. You're the bard.
Kareku, either dance or play something. Those are your 2 options.
Kel's looking a bit like she probably shouldn't be on a table. She's probably getting a few
Grace
close
watching
calls.
her.
Corrigar
Yeah.
is very much watching the table, and he's like got his arm around just in case Fel falls. He's like, no.
Karina's gonna grab Kareku's full glass and hold it up to him.
Not tonight, perchance.
Why not?
We're going up to 33.
Well, seeing how quickly it hit all of you,
I'm fine. I think Karina's also fine.
yeah, seeing how quickly it saw them, I'm not quite as tough as you two. But I'd like my wits about me. Especially if I'm going to play the game that I have here. But
Galladay looks at Kareku and he just goes, we need to have fun. Also, and he gets on the table with Fel and Hector and he's just like, I'm going to dance with my only two friends that are prettier than me. And he just starts dancing.
Excuse you.
Belle just
We're
smirks
equal.
at him. Smirks at Kareku. Like, ha.
He's like, have you seen Hector's cheekbones? And Hector just like, what? He looks very confused. And he goes, I think Karina's prettier than me, but... You're prettier than me too. Yes, you are.
Let's go.
You're all
Slide off
very
the
pretty.
table. Slide off the table and just kind of like stagger back over to the main table.
Actually, I need to give him a...
Gray's just gonna put her arm around her.
Hector almost falls and Koragar catches him and he's like...
39.
He just sits Hector down between Fel and Kirina and he's like... pats him and walks away.
You can't help me.
Why not?
Because you're not supposed to be with me. You're supposed to be with Kat.
I think you're both my friends.
I'm a friend.
Yes.
He's not a friend.
Nick, so you still an
Sometimes I
owl?
think you're not wrong.
There's something more. Lenora Bless.
How familiar am I with Lenora?
Considering she's Adon's wife.
Very.
Very. You know very much what Venora
That's
does.
fair.
And Hector just goes, yes, blessings from Venora.
Exactly.
Are you?
And he actually casts bless because he's drunk, and he casts bless on everybody.
Yes.
He's like, there you go. Why is yours pink and mine is gold?
Because I'm pink.
Why can't mine be pink? I want my magic to be pink, that'd be cool. And also
You should try-
humiliating for my enemies when they get smited and it's pink energy that kills them.
You should try botting sometime. You can choose how your magic appears.
I've put too much effort into learning how to smite things and talk good, which I can't right now.
Clearly.
Has Koragar always been so big?
From the womb.
As
He's still stroking.
he just looks at Karina and just says, you're very good at drinking, aren't you? Or you're sturdier. You're probably more sturdy than me.
I don't do it a lot anymore. Never really. No.
I didn't
Sometimes.
expect Daxar to bring the good stuff.
Well, clearly it's hit you.
Listen, it's been a long day. I've been drinking a lot of wine too. And lots of dancing and drinking. I had to drink to have the nerve to dance. I think I had the nerve to ask you or Felicity to dance without alcohol.
She's poking at 39's arm with the kiss, like the little kiss hand puppet. This.
Daylana is just watching all this and she's like getting remembered of her old party and she just goes, this is absolutely adorable. Gray, drink more, please. Me?
Yes, Gray. Drink more.
Yes.
Biddy.
Any
You're
idea?
cute if you think that you can persuade me using your charms.
Well,
Remember how
I'm
stubborn I
adorable.
am? You are. And so is
So
Felicity.
So serious.
Hector sees Daylana do that
I
and goes,
can't
isn't
drink.
she supposed to be some legendary hero? Didn't
What
expect
did
her to be so
Felicity say?
awkward.
What did Felicity say? So
Something
serious
serious.
something?
No, she said you're so serious, and she's like, I don't drink.
I've had
And she-
her.
Have another cup, 39. So you can be with Kek.
I don't understand.
I know.
I'm gonna come over here with Nix.
Yes, Felicity,
Let's
come
go.
here. Come
And
here,
She's
Felicity.
gonna grab Felicity and Nix and like kind of just pull them somewhere and let them. She's gonna just start moving like she's dancing, they're drunk. Like, it's fine. You know, like you just kind of, so that they just start swaying and she's just like, oh my god.
Koragar and Daylon are just sitting in the corner, kind of nudging each other and laughing at everybody, because Daylon got like a 28 and Koragar got a 33, so they're fine, and he's just like... He's also keeping an eye to make sure Felicity doesn't get hurt or fall, but he's like, Karina's there, she's got it.
Nix, the talking in the mind thing, can you do that out of
Anyone?
the animal?
Oh yeah, it's just not as useful, but yeah.
And you can mimic voices. Can you do that also in the mind?
Yeah. Why?
Because it could be very useful if you think about it.
This
It's been a lot of fun.
Are you talking about now? Who?
I don't know.
Just in general.
Just saying, if you were so inclined to mess around with people, it could be entertaining. Also, well, it might not work because you two are the drunkest here. Besides Hector.
Listen, he
I'm
got
fine.
that one, and he...
You're really not. And you're going to regret a lot of
Hector's
things
like,
you're
I
going to
am
say.
also fine, I am having fun. He keeps drinking.
I'm having this conversation quietly, I
Oh,
assume,
okay,
while
okay.
other people are. I'm not shouting it so everyone can hear.
Alright, Kareku, I know you had something you wanted to do, though.
Kara just sets up he's at I have pictured Kara's behind the bar at this point and just passing drinks. Chatting with different people, but he would at one point flip over 3 opaque glasses so they can't be seen through. And if probably Hector would be the first one, he'd be like, "So, Your Majesty, you ever play a game?"
Lots of games.
Come on over. Let's have some fun.
He just slides his chair across the hardwood floor over to the bar. Yes.
This is so much more fun when they're drunk. Right. And he'll pull out a
You're
gold
more fun when I'm
coin.
drunk.
I'm definitely more fun when you're drunk. He'll pull out a gold coin and show it to Hector, and then set it down and cover one of the cups, and start shuffling them around a few times. Where's the coin?
Just perception check at this, or insight check at disadvantage. Oh. First one wasn't bad, but then the disadvantage. That is a whopping 3.
Cool. Am I doing sleight of hand or deception?
Sleight of hand for Hector, because you don't really have to do much deception for him.
Right. That would be a 22.
Right
so
there.
Kara lifts it up. Good try. He'll lift up all 3 and the coin's gone. Let's try again.
Sure.
I seem to be missing a coin. Want to throw yours on?
I don't have my money.
Oh.
I don't really need it.
It's fair.
Koragar is run. You have any money? Koragar walks over and gives Kareku a coin. Just walks away.
Slides it under, goes again.
He's trying extra hard. This is the he goes staring intently.
If you want to roll it, yeah.
That's another 3.
Yeah. Again, the coin fully disappears, but this time it's replaced by a small pewter eagle.
Picks the eagle up. That's cool.
It's yours.
Puts it in his pocket.
Your father would be proud of you.
He handled
Not at
his
this
liquor way
moment,
better.
but-
He's way better at drinking than I was. He could outdrink
true.
Origar.
Well, that's not what I mean, but
I catch your drift and I appreciate it. The floor looks cozy. And he's just gonna
you
laugh.
should take it there. Yes.
Korrigar is going to scoop Hector up and he goes, I'm going to take His Majesty home and then I'll be back.
Kirina, come on over.
All right.
You ever played this game?
Have I ever played this game?
I don't know.
Say probably not.
No? Okay. I don't think so.
Well, I'm going to take this coin, and he'll pull the coin that he took from Korgar, and put it under one of the cups. I'm just going to shuffle these around a little bit. And he'll, wisdom save?
Wisdom?
Sorry,
save?
no, yours would be, is it perception in this case, or is it, insight?
I think it would be perception. But...
Yeah.
That's what I would have thought as well.
21.
21? Awesome. She would see that it is on the far right one.
Okay. She'll point to it.
Very nice. That's like an eagle. Try again. And he'll slide it under. Goes again.
23?
She'll have noticed something switched. The coin is no longer there, but she can hear that there's something under all three.
Did something to each of them?
All right. He'll lift them all, and it's the 3 beads that she gave him. Care to explain?
All right. Thought you were going to solve the mystery yourself.
I've learned
Enough so
tonight.
soon?
Well, I've learned tonight that sometimes me doing my own investigations leads to wrong assumptions.
She points at one. In its simplest form, mysteries, secrets, and a game, a chess piece, the luck, anything to do with that. She points at the next. Shadows and necessity. Need. And then she points at the final one. Knowledge. Revelation. And vision. None are good or bad. They all have their sides.
Thank
But
you.
aren't I the one who's supposed to win a prize if I win the game?
It's true. What would you like?
I think I'll wait. Next, it's your turn. If you're still... Oh, is she still standing? Okay, hang on there.
She is at a slight angle. It's rather entertaining. I've never quite seen somebody be able to hold themselves like that, except for dancers.
Honestly, at this point, Nyx has probably slipped into the wild shape of the cat and like ran off into a corner.
If that's the case, Karina, if Karina sees where they are, we'll go and like carefully scoop them up. I think I'm gonna take both of them.
Felicity's not in the room anymore. Felicity went outside.
Would have
Yes.
noticed that.
Well, it was while the game was happening, but we're going to pan to that outside. Felicity, you're looking at this little orb you got, and you can't figure out how to get it open. And Galadin walks out, and he sees you, and he goes, "What do you have there?"
I think it's a gift from Mother, but I don't know what it is, and it was calling me.
He grabs it. Ah, it's a puzzle box. Let me see. You sure this is from your mother?
It was her handwriting, or at least what I assumed was her handwriting. It's a bit blurry right now.
He twists it, and he solves it, and it opens, and it looks directly, you see a pair of eyes look directly at him and say, "Hello, little sister. The Ember Keepers say hello." Signed, Farah. And a pulse of red goes through Galadin's body,
Freaking dare you.
and it stops, and he just looks up and goes, "This isn't your fault." And he just falls back on the ground. And that's where we're ending the episode.
Ah! Okay. Why freaking fuck?
We can't just have a good night, can we?
Just gonna Revivify. Are you sure we don't want to play that out of it?
We can do it now if you want.
No, we're going to bed. I'm going to bed.
I was gonna say Storm's
Cliffhanger.
dying right
Storm's
now,
dying.
so
So next time
I'm
on
calling
Chronicles
it
of
as not
Ravira,
DM.
we are going to pick straight up with Felicity dealing with. She's got to figure out what happened to Galadin and then try to save him.
And she's drunk. Amazing.
Your friends around.
Technically, she should have had +4 or something to all her con saves.
I'll say Felicity is not that.
That
drunk,
helps
and
the
I feel
7.
like this is going
Yeah.
to.
Sober
This
her
is
up.
definitely
shock her
going
out.
to shock her into.
Yeah, this
So-
would shock her out.
For those of you watching at home, that's where we're ending tonight's episode. Next week will be officially the first episode of the Emberkeeper saga. And we'll be starting with Felicity trying to stop one of her friends from dying from them.
Amazing. I love you.
Love
You're like
you
Galadin
too.
follows her out. Why does he get?
Love you too. And then, well, it was either him or Hector, and I rolled for Galadin. So,
You know what? That's fine. This is fine.
so we're gonna start next
I mean,
week.
to be
with
fair,
Felicity.
could Hector have figured out how to open it? Probably not.
Probably not. So it would have been someone in the party trying to open it at that point. But
This is gonna be fun. It's
so
okay. She does care.
that's what we're gonna pick up next week, or next week, next session. Well, I guess it'll be next week for the people watching. Next session, and yeah, that's where we will start. For those watching at home, we'll see you next time down by the lakeside.
bye.